Нагадаю вам, що за планом Генштабу до 2026 року всі українські військові мають якимось чином заговорити англійською. Поки що говорять не всі. І коли я викладаю групам військовослужбовців, я помічаю, що інколи військовослужбовці не володіють навіть базовою лексикою, як, наприклад, назви військових підрозділів. Тож починати вивчати англійську варто просто зараз. Можна з наших уроків. І в одному з перших відео на каналі я вже розповідала вам про структуру британських збройних сил. Ми розбирали, як називаються різні підрозділи та формування. І якщо ви з нами з самого початку, то, скоріш за все, ви бачили це відео. Якщо не бачили, то передивіться. До того ж, лексика сьогоднішнього уроку буде дуже схожою. Також вам обов'язково стане в пригоді лексика з уроку «Як розповідати про підрозділ англійською», щоб ви могли не тільки називати, але й сказати пару слів про підрозділ, де служите. Ключовим словом сьогодні буде слово «unit». У військовому контексті воно має декілька значень. Військове угрупування, підрозділ, військова частина та з'єднання. Українські збройні сили мають такі підрозділи. A fire group або a fire team – вогнева група. Consists of 2 to 4 soldiers – складається з 2-4 військових. A fire group або a fire team – це the smallest regular tactical unit within a squad or section. Це найменший позаштатний тактичний підрозділ у складі відділення. That doesn't have a regular commander, що не має штатного командира. Командира групи можна назвати a leader. Відділення a squad – американська назва, a section – британська назва. Consists of 9 to 15 soldiers. Налічує від 9 до 15 військових. A squad or a section is the smallest regular tactical unit that has a regular commander. Є найменшим штатним тактичним підрозділом, що має штатного командира. A squad or a section is usually part of a platoon. Зазвичай входить до складу взводу. But can exist beyond a platoon. Але може існувати й поза межами взводу. Командиром відділення зазвичай є сержант, sergeant. У танкових військах та авіації відділенню відповідає екіпаж танка, літака або вертольота – tank, plane or helicopter crew. В артилерії це обслуга гармати – gun crew. A platoon – взвод – consists of 2 to 4 sections. A platoon is the main combined arms tactical unit in the infantry of the land forces. Є основним загальновійськовим тактичним підрозділом у піхоті сухопутних військ, which performs tactical tasks, що призначений для виконання тактичних завдань. A platoon is part of a company, входить до складу роти, or a battery, батареї, or a squadron, ескадрильї. Взводи бувають механізовані, mechanized, аеромобільні, airmobile, артилерійські, artillery, мінометні, mortar, зенітні, anti-aircraft, протитанкові, anti-tank, розвідувальні, reconnaissance, інженерні, engineering, зв'язку, communications, управління, command, медичні, medical, господарські, logistical, забезпечення, supply, обслуговування, service тощо. A company – рота або a battery in artillery – в артилерії батарея, a squadron in aviation – ескадрилья в авіації. Consists of 80 to 200 soldiers. A company usually consists of several platoons. Зазвичай складається з декількох взводів. Is part of a battalion. Входить до складу батальйону. Sometimes a company exists as an independent separate formation. Іноді рота існує як самостійне окреме формування. Рота може бути mechanized – механізована, tank – танкова, missile – ракетна, artillery – артилерійська, mortar – мінометна, radar – радіотехнічна, saper – саперна, automotive – автомобільна, assault – штурмова, rifle – стрілецька тощо. A battalion – батальйон consists of 300 to 800 soldiers and has several companies. A battalion is the main tactical unit in the land forces. Є основним тактичним підрозділом у сухопутних військах. A battalion is a part of a regiment or a brigade. Батальйон входить до складу полку або бригади. Механізований батальйон складається з A mechanized battalion consists of командування – command, штабу – staff, кількох рот – several companies, підрозділів вогневої підтримки – fire support units, протитанкових підрозділів – anti-tank units, підрозділів зв'язку – communication units, підрозділів технічного обслуговування – technical maintenance units, підрозділів постачання – supply units та медичного пункту – a medical point. A tank battalion comprises – у складі танкового батальйону є several tank companies – кілька танкових рот, and units of combat support та підрозділи бойової підтримки. An artillery division consists of – артилерійський дивізіон складається з командування – command, штабу – staff, кількох артилерійських батарей – several artillery batteries і підрозділів бойового забезпечення – combat support units, тилового та технічного обслуговування – rear and technical services. A regiment – полк consists of 900 to 1,500 soldiers. A regiment is the main and largest technical military unit in the land forces, the air assault forces, and the navy. Є основним і найбільшим тактичним військовим з'єднанням у сухопутних військах ДШВ та ВМС. In most cases, переважно, a regiment is a part of a unit, a division or a brigade. Полк входить до складу з'єднання, дивізії або бригади. But some regiments are directly subordinate, але деякі полки безпосередньо підпорядковуються to the high command – головному командуванню. Залежно від роду військ або сил, a regiment can conduct general combat, anti-aircraft, airborne combat or support combat operations. Може вести загальновійськовий, протиповітряний, повітряний бій або забезпечувати бойові дії. Typically, it consists of command – управління, several battalions – divisions, декількох батальйонів або дивізіонів, units of combat – technical, rear and medical support, підрозділів бойового, технічного, тилового та медичного забезпечення. A brigade – бригада consists of 1,000 to 8,000 soldiers. A brigade is the main and the largest tactical military unit in the land forces, the air assault force and the navy. Є основним і найбільшим тактичним військовим з'єднанням у сухопутних військах ДШВ та ВМС. In most cases, a brigade is a separate unit. У більшості випадків бригада становить окрему одиницю subordinate to an operational command, що підпорядковується оперативному командуванню. A brigade is designed to perform tactical tasks, призначена для виконання тактичних завдань as part of army corps or independently, у складі армійських корпусів або самостійно, in cooperation with units and elements of other branches of the military and special forces, у взаємодії зі з'єднаннями та частинами інших родів військ і спеціальних військ, with aviation – з авіацією, and in coastal directions – на приморських напрямках with naval forces – із силами флоту. In the land forces – у сухопутних військах a brigade consists of headquarters – штабу, command – управління, several battalions, divisions of the basic branches of the military – з декількох батальйонів, дивізіонів основних родів військ, special forces units and rear units – підрозділів спеціальних військ і тилових підрозділів. Згадаю, в цьому уроці також корпус – a corps. A corps is a combined arms operational tactical unit or a union – загальновійськове оперативно-тактичне з'єднання чи об'єднання of permanent or temporary troops – військ постійного або тимчасового складу. In wartime, a corps acts as a part of the army or independently. У воєнний час діє в складі армії або самостійно. Зверніть увагу на написання та вимову слова corps. Не путайте його з corpse – мертве тіло, corpus – корпус, збірка або core – ядро, серцевина. Множина від core – cores – пишеться так само, але вимовляється із закінченням cores. Повторюємо основні поняття цього уроку. Вогнева група англійською – це a fire team. Відділення – section або squad. Взвод – platoon. Рота – company. Батальйон – battalion. Полк – regiment. Бригада – brigade. Корпус – corps. Штаб – headquarters. З'єднання, підрозділ, військова частина – unit. Тилові підрозділи – rear units. Отже, друзі, сьогодні ми розібрали назви, склад, чисельність та особливості військових формувань та підрозділів Збройних сил України. Ця інформація вам точно знадобиться. І не тільки вам, а й вашим колегам і знайомим. І всім українським військовим, які вивчають Military English. Поділіться з ними цим відео, а також порекомендуйте наш канал. І самі не забудьте підписатися. Щоб отримувати більше корисного контенту з військової англійської, приєднуйтесь до нашого інстаграму та телеграму. А матеріали для уроку у вигляді файлів будуть доступні для тих, хто є нашими меценатами і підтримує наш проєкт регулярними благодійними внесками. Якщо ви вважаєте, що те, що ми робимо, корисно, підтримайте нас, щоб ми могли продовжувати робити те, що робимо. Посилання в описі до відео. Це армійська англійська. Перший YouTube-канал з мовної підготовки для українського війська. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і я переконана, що дуже скоро у кожному відділенні, взводі, роті, батальйоні, бригаді заговорять in English.
I am in my new apartment. Great! I live with Marcia. We're roommates. I want to cook dinner. Oh! Is there a supermarket near here? Marcia knows. Marsha's work number is 555-8986. Hello, is this Marsha? It is Anna.
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
Is this 555-8986?
No, this is 555-8689.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, bye.
I am sorry.
Excuse me.
Now you try it.
One more time. 555-8986. Please be Marsha.
Hello, this is Marcia.
Yes, Marsha. I want to cook dinner.
Excuse me? Anna, is that you?
Oh yes, I am here.
Good, you are there.
I want to find a supermarket.
Oh, okay. The supermarket is at 1500 Irving Street. It is near the apartment.
Great. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anna.
Are you there?
I am here.
Now you try it.
There is a big supermarket on our street. And Marsha says I am a good cook. Until next time, bye. I am in my new apartment. Great! I live with Marsha. We're roommates. I want to cook dinner. Oh! Is there a supermarket near here? Marsha knows. Marsha's work number is 555-8986. Hello, is this Marsha? It is Anna.
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
Is this 555-8986?
No, this is 555-8689.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, bye.
One more time. 555-8986. Please be Marsha.
Hello, this is Marcia.
Yes, Marsha. I want to cook dinner.
Excuse me? Anna, is that you?
Oh yes, I am here.
Good, you are there.
I want to find a supermarket.
Oh, okay. The supermarket is at 1500 Irving Street. It is near the apartment.
Great. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anna.
There is a big supermarket on our street. And Marsha says I am a good cook. Until next time, bye.
A Nobel Prize for the COVID vaccine scientists. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
The scientists whose research made some of the COVID vaccines possible have won the Nobel Prize for Medicine. Kathleen Carrico and Drew Weissman's research means that something called mRNA can be used to make vaccines. Carrico had previously been criticised by fellow academics who felt that her approach would not work.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have laid foundation, maverick, and spurred.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look now at our first headline.
This is from the Washington Post. Nobel Prize in Medicine awarded to scientists who laid foundation for messenger RNA vaccines.
As this headline says, the Nobel Prize in Medicine has been awarded to the scientists whose research led to the development of certain COVID vaccines. Let's look at laid foundations though. Isn't foundations something to do with building?
Yes, a foundation is the bit that's at the bottom of the building, often under the ground, and it's the bit that you build or lay first, and then everything else is built on top of it.
Okay, but this headline isn't about buildings, so are there other things that we can use the word foundation for?
Well, we use this idea that a foundation supports other things. So, for example, when you're learning a language, if you know grammar very well, then that's a good foundation to learn the rest of the language. It supports learning the rest of the language.
Okay, so the research that these scientists carried out supported the development of the mRNA vaccines. It laid the foundation for them.
Now, Beth, could you say that visiting the BBC Learning English website every day lays a great foundation for learning English?
Do you know what? I think you could, and you should. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from RFI. Katalin Kariko, scientific maverick who paved way for mRNA vaccines.
This headline is about one of the scientists, Katalin Kariko, who paved the way. That means she made this vaccine possible. We are going to look at Maverick. That's how she is described in the headline. Can you tell us about it, Phil?
Yes, we use the word maverick to describe people who think and do things that no one else would even think of doing. Beth, are you a bit of a maverick?
Well, Phil, you write these scripts. It takes you a long time. You come in, you learn your lines. So does Neil. I just come in and say what I want. I don't need your scripts.
You are a maverick, Beth. Now, Katalin Kariko is being described as a maverick here because originally lots of other scientists didn't believe that her approach would work.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from CBC. Scientists who spurred development of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines win Nobel Medicine Prize.
Now we're going to learn the word spurred. Isn't this something to do with horses?
Yes, it is. We've all seen cowboy films, right? Think about what the cowboys wear. Particularly, think about their boots. Now, on the back of their boots, they have these spiky things called spurs. And cowboys used to use these to make their horses go faster by hurting them.
That doesn't sound very nice.
I don't think it is. But nowadays, we use this word spurs to mean encourage or make something happen. We can also say that something spurs something on, and that's a phrasal verb.
Now that reminds me, I've just been to India and I had the most incredible food, and it's really spurred me to try some new recipes, or spurred me on to try some new recipes.
Beth, you're going to have to bring some of that in for us to try, I think. In the original story, the research that these scientists did spurred on the development of new vaccines. They made it or encouraged it to happen.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had laid foundations, made something possible.
Maverick, not like anyone else.
Spurred, encouraged to happen.
Now, if you're interested in vaccines, You'll love our episode of News Review about a potential cancer vaccine. Click here to watch it.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
When Americans answer a yes or no question with yes, we sometimes say the words with no break. The sounds blend together. Here's an example. Listen.
Is it sunny today?
Yes, it is sunny.
We write it like this.
Yes, it is.
We say it like this.
Yes, it is.
Now you try it. Is it snowy today?
Yes, it is snowy.
When we answer a yes or no question politely, we use a short answer. A short answer is the adverb yes or no, followed by a pronoun and the be verb with not if the answer is no. Usually the word not is shortened. We do not always repeat the adjective or main verb of the question. We stress the be verb and not, or say them louder to make our answer clearer. Here are some examples. Listen.
Are they busy?
Yes, they are.
Listen.
Is she nervous?
No, she isn't.
Now, you try it. Is she nervous?
Listen.
Are you working?
No, I'm not.
Now, you try it. Ask a yes-no question.
Hi there, I'm Anna, and I live in Washington, D.C. Every day, I learn more about this great city. People in Washington like to work out. Oh, hi Pete, how's it going?
Hi, Anna. It's going great. How's it going with you?
Things are awesome. Pete, I want to work out. Where is the gym?
The gym is across from the lounge. It's next to the mailroom. Go that way.
Thanks, Pete.
No, Anna, not that way. Go that way.
Listen.
Where is the gym?
The gym is across from the lounge.
Speak.
Oh, Pete. This is not the gym.
That's right, Anna. This is the mailroom.
The gym is across from what?
The gym is across from the lounge.
Across from the lounge. Right. Thanks. Pete, this is not the gym.
The gym is across from the lounge. It is behind the lobby.
Right, right. See you.
See you, Anna.
See you.
See you, Anna.
Listen.
The mailroom is next to what?
Answer.
The mailroom is next to the gym.
This is not the gym. This is a parking garage. Hello? Pete? This is not a gym. This is a rooftop. Pete? Pete?
I want to work out too. Join me.
I'm good. Hi there, I'm Anna, and I live in Washington, D.C. Every day, I learn more about this great city. People in Washington like to work out. Oh, hi, Pete. How's it going?
Hi, Anna. It's going great. How's it going with you?
Things are awesome. Pete, I want to work out. Where is the gym?
The gym is across from the lounge. It's next to the mailroom. Go that way.
Thanks, Pete.
No, Anna, not that way. Go that way.
Oh, Pete. This is not the gym.
That's right, Anna. This is the mailroom.
The gym is across from what?
The gym is across from the lounge.
Across from the lounge. Right. Thanks. Pete, this is not the gym.
The gym is across from the lounge. It is behind the lobby.
Right, right. See you.
See you, Anna.
See you.
See you, Anna.
This is not the gym. This is a parking garage. Hello? Pete? This is not a gym. This is a rooftop. Pete? Pete?
I want to work out too. Join me.
I'm good.
Thousands evacuated in Iceland ahead of expected volcanic eruption. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we teach you how to understand the news in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the words that you need to talk about this story.
And to learn more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now, today's story.
Thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes in Iceland after a state of emergency was declared. Cracks have appeared in roads after a series of earthquakes, and there are fears that the Fagradalsfjalla volcano will soon erupt. A huge eruption in 2010 in Iceland disrupted air travel around the world.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story in English?
We have imminent, swarm, and frantic.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Cracks appear in roads amid fears of imminent volcanic eruption.
Now, this story tells us that roads have been damaged as worries grow about a potential volcanic eruption. We're going to look at the word imminent. Phil, is this related to bad things?
Yes, we often use imminent with bad things, like a volcano preparing to erupt, and it means that we think it's going to happen very soon, and it's scaring us.
Okay, so we use it with bad things that are about to happen. What common phrases might we see it in?
Well, we might talk about an imminent disaster, an imminent attack, or an imminent crisis. And it has this idea that there's a bad thing hanging over a situation that we think is about to happen soon.
Okay, it reminds me of a similar word, impending. Impending is used in a similar way to say that something negative is about to happen. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from TTG Media. Iceland declares state of emergency amid intense swarm of earthquakes.
Now, this is about the earthquakes, which could be a sign that a volcanic eruption is imminent. We're going to learn about the word swarm. Now, swarm reminds me of insects. What has that got to do with volcanoes and earthquakes?
Okay, so what is a swarm of insects?
Well, it's a large group of insects that all fly together. For example, if you disturb a hive of bees, all the bees will come out. That's a swarm of bees.
Okay, so there's a large number, and when seismologists, that's people who study earthquakes, talk about a swarm of earthquakes, they mean that there's a large number of them close together that appear in a short space of time. And that's often a sign of volcanic activity.
Okay, so there are two things about the word swarm. One, it's a large number, and two, it's something negative. Now, we can also use swarm for people, but usually only when we think that they are a problem.
Okay, yes, so if there are a lot of tourists, you might say there's a swarm of tourists because you think it's a problem. Celebrities might be chased by a swarm of journalists, which doesn't sound very pleasant.
It doesn't. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Edinburgh Live. Frantic Edinburgh couple race home from Iceland after travelling despite warnings.
So this story is about tourists in Iceland who are worried about what's happening. The word that we're looking at is frantic. Phil, when do we use this word?
Well, this story is about tourists, but there's probably a lot of people feeling like that right now. You said worried, but frantic is a bit more than that. It's about being so worried that you find it hard to do things or hard to control yourself even.
Okay, so if you're frantic, It's a little bit like you're panicking and you might even do the wrong thing because you're so worried.
Yeah, because we often use this to talk about the way we do things, we can use the adverb frantically to describe things done in a hurry because you're worried or scared.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had imminent, about to happen,
Swarm, a large number of bad things.
and frantic, worried and out of control.
To watch more episodes of News Review, click on this playlist.
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Are you lazy, greedy and selfish? Then you need to learn Goblin Mode, Oxford's 2022 Word of the Year. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
What word describes lazy, greedy, shameless behaviour? It's Goblin Mode, and it's Word of the Year according to one UK publisher. Since the pandemic, some people have realised they don't want to go back to the lifestyle they had before. They want to stay in Goblin Mode. Oxford University Press chooses a word each year that reflects the mood of the past 12 months.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have speaks to, over, and unveils.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one comes from The Guardian. Goblin Mode, new Oxford Word of the Year, speaks to the times.
Okay, well, first of all, Goblin Mode. A goblin is a small, ugly, possibly dangerous creature, a fictional one. Mode is a way of doing something. So together, Goblin Mode describes a way of doing something in a kind of unpleasant, slightly embarrassing way. So, for example, Beth, I'm sure you never did this, but working from home, wearing pyjamas in bed.
No, yeah, never did that, no.
Okay, that's Goblin Mode. We're looking at the expression speaks to, and in the headline it speaks to the times. What does it mean?
Yeah, so speaks to the times is a reflection of the mood of the people at that time.
So the times referred to in the headline is talking about this current time, so the post-pandemic world. Now, during the pandemic, when obviously key workers who had to do really essential jobs were very, very busy, but a lot of other people were forced to be lazy because there was nothing to do.
Exactly, yeah, they enjoyed wearing their pyjamas, didn't wear makeup, they didn't care about their appearance as much, so they went Goblin Mode.
Yeah, and so Goblin Mode speaks to the times. It means it reflects the times as they were. Now, is this common?
It is in American English, and it's becoming more popular in British English. So, for example, we could say that the climate crisis speaks to a failure of governments for decades.
Yeah, it means it reflects a failure. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This is from the Huffington Post. Oxford's Word of the Year sums up exactly how over everything we all are.
So the headline says that the Word of the Year sums up how we feel. Sums up means summarises. We are looking though at over, and that seems simple. I know over, you go over a bridge, the bridge goes over a river. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, in your examples, you've used over as a preposition, but here it's actually an adjective.
Right, okay. So what does it mean?
Well, if you're over something, then you are tired, bored, and unenthusiastic about something. So maybe initially at the beginning you were quite enthusiastic, but now you're ready for it to finish.
Okay, so you've had enough of something, you're fed up with it.
Yeah, exactly. So the World Cup, I was quite enthusiastic about it at the beginning, but now I feel like it's been going on for ages. I am over it.
Oh, really? I'm still really into the World Cup, and that's the opposite of over, isn't it?
It is. And we very often use so with this. We say, I'm so over it. Now, in the headline, it refers to how unenthusiastic people are about everything. And when they say everything, they mean this year, all the negative events going on.
There's a lot of bad news around. This use of over is quite informal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very often used in spoken conversation. So I might be having a chat with you and say, I am over working from home. I want to be in the office 5 days a week.
Oh, here we are. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from Fox News. Oxford Dictionary unveils 2022 word of the year, goblin mode.
We're looking at the word unveils. It makes me think of a traditional wedding where a bride wears a veil over her face and then it's removed, everyone can see the face.
Yeah, and it helps to think of it in this way because that is the literal meaning of unveil. But here it's metaphorical and it just means to reveal or uncover.
Yeah, you can imagine, you said it's metaphorical, but Oxford have this word, goblin mode, with a little curtain over it. They open it and we can all see it.
Yes, exactly. This word is also used when something like a new exhibition or a new piece of art is uncovered or revealed.
Yeah, and politicians use it as well to talk about their plans. But is it used in everyday conversation? Can I say to you, I'd like to unveil my Christmas plans?
No, not really, because it's quite a grand thing. It might be that a company or a celebrity might unveil something, so you'd probably just tell me what your Christmas plans are.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had speaks to, reflects.
Over, bored of something that's been happening for a long time.
And unveils, shows for the first time.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
Fake news.
Hello and welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we'll look at some of the reasons people share fake news. We'll hear from disinformation researcher Samantha Bradshaw.
One reason why people share fake news that they know is fake has to do with this thing that we call identity signaling.
Identity signaling. Have you heard of that, Sam?
Not until I saw the script for this program, actually.
Also, make sure you keep watching to find out what identity signaling is and how it's a part of the spread of fake news. Before we get to that, we have some key vocabulary which you're going to tell us about. Sam, what do you have for us today?
Yes, so today I am talking about agenda, actors, and motives.
If you have to go to meetings, and who doesn't love a good meeting? I hate them. They're such a waste of time. You will probably be familiar with agendas. An agenda is a list of things that are going to be discussed at the meeting. But there is another meaning of the word agenda that is important in the area of fake news. If an individual or organization or a government has an agenda, it means that there is something they want to achieve. This could be clearly stated objectives, but having an agenda can also suggest a secret or hidden aim. Let's park the word agenda for the moment because there is another word I want to talk about that has a very well-known meaning, but also another meaning which is perhaps not so well known. Actor. It's probably a very familiar word. Somebody who performs on stage or in films is an actor. But the same word is used to describe a person, group, or even a state that has an agenda that's either politically or economically motivated, and they have influence or power that they use to promote that agenda. In this context, you can hear the phrases state actors, political actors, and even bad actors. State actors are governments. Political actors are those with, you guessed it, political power and agendas. And bad actors, well, that doesn't mean people who aren't very good at acting. A bad actor uses power or influence in a dishonest way to push a hidden agenda. They're trying to achieve something, but it's not clear what it is, and it's not clear who is doing it. For example, if a government from one country wants to influence an election in another country, they may spread fake news stories but hide the fact that they're doing it. This could be described as the actions of a bad actor or a bad state actor. People who spread disinformation online may not be doing it because they believe it, but because it suits their agenda. This spreading of disinformation can be very sophisticated, and the motives of those doing it are often not obvious. Motive. That's another useful word in this context. If you like TV crime dramas, and who doesn't love a good crime drama? Me, I never really understand them. You will often hear the word motive. He can't be guilty, he didn't have a motive. A motive is a reason for doing something, and not everyone's motives for what they post online are genuine. But how can you tell? Let's go back to the studio to see if there are any more useful tips.
Thanks for that, Sam. Really interesting. I was really impressed with your acting there.
Well, I may be a bad actor, but I'm not a bad actor. My motives are purely genuine.
Well, that's an interesting point about fake news, I think. We've heard that fake news is produced by people who may want to make money or have a political or social agenda. Those are their motives, but they can only be successful if we share those stories.
Yeah, absolutely. But why do people share news, stories, images that are fake?
Well, researcher Samantha Bradshaw from the Oxford Internet Institute at Oxford University shared her observations with us earlier.
People share fake news for a variety of reasons. In many cases, sometimes people don't even realize the stories that they're sharing are fake. They might find the content funny or humorous, or they might think that people in their networks, such as their friends or family or broader acquaintances, might enjoy this content. Another reason people might share fake news has to do with the emotional appeal of fake news. Because it tends to be very negative, it tends to also elicit a reaction from people, and they might be angry and they might type and share and discuss what is being talked about in this article because they find it so outrageous that they need to share it. The third reason why people might share fake news has to do with what we call identity signaling, where people know that the information being shared in this story is false, but the purpose of sharing it is to signal to a broader community that they share certain values that are reflected in that news story. And so it gives people a sense of belonging and fitting into a broader community of people. It has much more to do with identity than the actual facts of the story.
So what do you make of that, Sam?
Okay, well, I can definitely see how we might accidentally share things that aren't true. For example, I sometimes see some amazing photos that I find out later are actually photoshopped, and things that might make me angry can make me reach for the share button. But what stood out for me was this idea of identity signaling. We might want to show that we belong to a particular group. We share some beliefs and opinions, and that it really doesn't matter whether the content is true or not.
And this is something that the people who produce fake news know well, and they know how to make us share those stories. Here's Samantha Bradshaw again.
So the purveyors of fake news will use a variety of strategies to get people clicking and sharing their content. One of these strategies has to do with just the style that fake news stories are often written in. They'll tend to use highly emotional language and content also that gets people's emotions high. And this is because psychologically we also like to share this kind of information, and this kind of content, especially highly emotive content, will go much further because of the algorithms of the platforms. And we also know that emotions like anger, outrage, fear are much stronger emotions than things like happiness and joy. And so that's why we see disinformation and fake news stories go viral compared to facts and the boring truth and the mundane truth behind, our factual daily news briefs. We of course still see our cat memes and cute animal videos going viral too, because joy and happiness is a strong emotion, but it's not quite as strong as things like anger and fear.
Now, we know that many fake news stories are very emotive. They generate strong emotions, a sense that something's not fair, or people or organizations are doing things they shouldn't, and that can make us look for other content to support that feeling.
Yeah, but good to know the cute cat videos are being shared too.
And dogs, don't forget the dogs. But she also talked about algorithms, the algorithms that social media companies use. So Sam, what is an algorithm?
Okay, thanks for that, Hugo. I might get into trouble here from computer experts, but let's have a go. Have you ever lost a huge amount of time because, for example, you've gone on YouTube to watch a video and then you see a list of suggested related videos which start playing automatically?
All the time, all the time. I think we've all done that.
Absolutely. So you click on one video and then another.
And another, and another, and then it's been hours and hours and hours.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so what's this got to do with algorithms? Well, an algorithm is a set of instructions a computer system follows to complete a particular task. Social media companies use algorithms to make that list of related videos just for you. These are personalized based on your behavior online, and they get us clicking. This is because the companies want to keep you on their platforms for as long as possible. That's how they make their money. The longer you're on their site, the more links you click, the more advertisements you see, and the more cash they collect.
And the more we click on a particular kind of story, the more the algorithms give us similar content.
Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, because I guess, after all, we're getting a free service which has to be paid for somehow.
But it does mean that we usually don't see things that we don't like, that we don't agree with. And this can make us feel that our view, our opinion, is the right one, which everyone shares.
Which is why I think it's a good idea to try and look for different opinions, so we don't end up thinking that everyone thinks the way we do.
So does that mean after watching all your cat videos, you search for dog videos for a little bit of balance?
I love cats and dogs equally, actually, but that's not exactly what I was thinking here.
I'm just pulling your leg there. Sam, please remind us of today's vocabulary.
Certainly, Hugo. So we started with agenda, which is a plan of things to be done, and if it's a hidden agenda, it means the reason for someone's actions might be secret or hidden. Then there was the word actor. In the context of fake news, an actor is someone with an agenda that uses power and influence to try and promote that agenda. A motive is a reason for doing something. And like hidden agendas, sometimes the motives for a particular action on the internet are not always clear and transparent. Samantha Bradshaw talked about identity signaling. This is the description of behavior online when people share things without being interested in whether they're true or not. What's important is not how true it is, but that it demonstrates that they think in the same way or share the same beliefs as the group. And finally, algorithm. An algorithm is a set of software instructions that, for example, can produce a personalized list of recommended videos based on what an individual has searched for or watched in the past.
Thank you, Sam. That was very comprehensive. That's all from us today. We look forward to your company again soon. Goodbye and stay safe.
Bye-bye.
U.S. President Joe Biden speaks with Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador about a railway border crossing closed because of illegal migrant flows. In China, aid workers build hundreds of temporary housing units after an earthquake killed at least 144 people and destroyed more than 14,000 homes in northwestern Gansu province. Czech Prime Minister Petr Fiala places flowers outside Charles University in Prague to remember people killed in a mass shooting there Thursday. And in Niger, the last French troops leave Niamey, ending France's military deployment in the country.
Could brain chips let us control our phones with our minds? That's what Elon Musk hopes. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And remember to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
A wireless chip has been successfully placed in a human brain by Elon Musk's Neuralink company. The device is able to read brain signals linked to movement and send them to a computer. Musk said that future innovations may allow us to control our phone or computer just by thinking.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story?
We have implant, interface, and cyborg.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from the BBC. Elon Musk announces first Neuralink wireless brain implant.
Now, this headline is about the announcement from Elon Musk that his company have successfully put an implant into someone's brain. Implant is the word we're looking at. Phil, what can you tell us about it?
Okay, so the word implant, it's a verb and a noun, and in this headline it's a noun referring to the device that was physically put inside someone's brain. That machine is the implant.
Now, implants aren't particularly new, although this one is, but there are lots of different kinds of implants, aren't there?
Yes, you can have implants that keep your heart beating. Implants can help people hear again, and you can use implants to replace joints, things like knees or hips.
Okay, that's the noun. What about the verb? Does it just mean to put an implant into someone's body, or can it mean anything else?
Well, literally that's what it means here. You can see the prefix im, which means to put in or to go in. But as well as being able to physically implant something into someone's brain, we can also implant things into their minds.
Okay, so you could put an idea or a feeling into someone's mind. You could implant it.
Yes, and if an idea or thought becomes implanted in your mind, then you accept it or you believe it very strongly.
Okay, so we should try and implant this word into your vocabulary. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Register. Elon Musk's brain-computer interface outfit Neuralink tests its tech on a human.
Now this is about Elon Musk's company Neuralink and their new technology. We're looking at the word interface, which can be a noun and a verb. It's a noun in the headline. Now, interface, I know that it means two systems coming together, but what does it mean in this headline?
Okay, well, the implant in this story is a brain-computer interface, and it's the device that lets someone's brain communicate with and work with a computer. But an interface can be a lot simpler than that. The interface on the software on your computer is just what you can see and what you can click on.
Okay, but it's not just computer systems. It can be much more than that. So here in the story, the interface is between technology and biology and how they link together.
Yeah, it's not just gadgets, ideas and concepts can have an interface between them.
Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Mail Online. Rage against the machine. Americans warn Elon Musk to stop creating cyborgs after he revealed the first human has had Neuralink's brain chip.
This headline is about people being worried by these brain implants. We're looking at the word cyborg. This sounds like something from science fiction.
That is where it comes from, but like the word robot, it's also used to describe things that actually exist. Now, originally a cyborg was something that is part human and part machine.
Okay, I know about robots. They actually exist. I have a robot Hoover. But cyborgs, do they actually exist? They sound quite futuristic.
Okay, well, in news articles and headlines, the word cyborg is more likely to be used as a comparison to describe things that are similar to cyborgs from science fiction. So you might read about so-called cyborg insects or bacteria.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had implant, something placed inside the body.
Interface, a connection between two systems.
And cyborg, part human, part machine.
Now, if you want to know more about brain implants, click here to watch this episode of Lingo Hack.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Rich nations agree to pay poorer countries for damage caused by climate change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
People in the world's poorest countries suffer the devastating effects of climate change more than anyone else. Now, rich nations have agreed to pay into a fund to help countries damaged by the industrial activity of the developed world. The UN's climate chief says this will benefit the most vulnerable around the world. Some are calling the deal a historic victory, but others worry it is not enough.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have empty, game changer, and hot air.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Conversation. COP27's Loss and Damage Fund for Developing Countries could be a breakthrough or another empty climate promise.
So the headline is saying this could be a breakthrough, that means a really big development, or it could be an empty promise. And we're looking at the word empty. Now, Beth, I always have a mug of tea before we start recording. I've drunk it now and it is empty. There's nothing in it. Is there a connection in the meaning?
Well, we do often associate empty with physical objects, so like your mug. It's empty, it contains nothing now, but it's not only for the inside of objects, so we can also use it with words, things that you say, like promises.
Yeah, and when we use it in that way, we are saying those words are meaningless, really.
Exactly. So the headline writer says, empty climate promise. That means they think that the developed countries might not actually give the money to the developing countries.
And we can use empty in this sense with other nouns, for example, empty words or empty threats. That's when you say you will do something, but you don't.
Exactly. In fact, Neil, don't you say every week that you'll buy me a coffee and then you don't?
Yes, that is an empty promise. I also say to my kids, you're getting nothing for Christmas because your room is so untidy. But that is an empty threat. Of course, I'm going to buy them something for Christmas. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from RTE. EU proposal, the game changer at COP27.
And we are looking at the expression game changer. Now, I know what a game is. It's the World Cup at the moment. There are games on every day. But together with changer, there's a different meaning. What's the sense?
Well, a game changer means something is so significant that it actually changes the way that something is done or the way that it's thought about. Now, game here doesn't mean a game that you play, it's actually just the situation. And the situation here is that developed countries are giving money to poorer nations because of climate damage.
Yeah, and that new agreement is seen as a significant development, so we can call it a game changer. Are there any other uses?
Well, it's usually used for big things rather than minor developments. So we can use it with ideas like inventions or events.
Yes, and talking of inventions, a really obvious and good example is the smartphone. It has been a complete game changer. It changes the way we do lots of things.
Yeah, we can now connect to the internet anywhere.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Telegraph. COP27 was a lot of hot air, again.
And the expression we're looking at is hot air. And the meaning seems obvious, air which is hot, like a hairdryer, right?
Well, that's not what it means here. So hot air is actually something that sounds impressive, but in reality it means nothing. It's nonsense.
Yeah, so according to the writer, all of the discussion, all of the agreements were nonsense. They were meaningless. They were hot air. Now, hot air is quite informal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's also quite rude. If you say that what someone is saying is hot air, then they're probably going to be quite offended.
Okay, I'll avoid that expression then. Are there any alternatives we could use?
Yeah, well, hot air is informal and rude, and there are some even ruder expressions. We're not going to mention them here, but you could say that someone is talking rubbish or talking nonsense. Again, a little bit informal and rude.
And as we often see, there is a double meaning in this headline. Can you explain it?
Yeah, so with climate change, the planet is literally heating up. It's getting hotter. So yeah, here we've got hot air, and that is what the planet has.
Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had empty, meaningless.
Game changer, something that causes a significant change.
And hot air. It sounds impressive, but it's nonsense.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye. Amazon River hits its lowest water levels in over 120 years. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Water levels in the Amazon River are at their lowest since records began 121 years ago. It's because of a shortage of rain caused by the natural El Niño effect, but Brazilian scientists say that climate change is also to blame. A state of emergency has been declared in Manaus and 20 other cities.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have drought, overwhelm, and taints.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look now at our first headline.
This is from CNN. Amazon rivers fall to lowest levels in 121 years amid a severe drought.
This headline says that the Amazon has fallen to its lowest level in 121 years, and this is because of a drought. Drought is the word we're going to be learning about. Phil, what can you tell us about drought?
Okay, so drought is a period of very dry weather where there is little or no rain, and it can cause problems, things like crops failing or wildfires. To talk about the situation, we can use it as an uncountable noun, drought, but we can also talk about a drought to talk about a specific period of drought.
Okay, but it's not just used for dry weather. I've heard this term used in sports, for example.
Yes, so in football you could talk about a goal drought, and that's where you have a player who usually scores lots of goals and they just stop scoring. And we use drought here because in the same way that water stops flowing, so the goals have stopped flowing.
And one more thing to note about drought is that the pronunciation and the spelling are quite different. So we spell it D-R-O-U-G-H-T, but it's pronounced drought. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Times. Forest fires threaten to overwhelm the Amazon basin.
The headline says that there are forest fires in the Amazon basin. That's because the drought is making everything dry. Now, the word we're interested in is the verb overwhelm. This has lots of different meanings, Phil, but it's quite literal here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The forest fires could suddenly and completely cover the area. They could overwhelm it. But we can actually use it in different ways as well.
Yes, we can use overwhelm to talk about work or emotions, can't we? Can you give us some other examples?
Yes, so we can use it as a passive or we can use it as an adjective. So if, for example, you say that you're overwhelmed with work, that means you've got too much and you can't cope with it. If you watch a film that's very emotional, you could say it's overwhelming if it makes you cry a lot.
Well, hopefully this episode of News Review hasn't overwhelmed you, although Phil, your presenting has been very moving. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from VOA. Wildfire smoke taints air for millions in Brazil.
So we've already heard that the drought in the Amazon has led to wildfires. This headline says that the smoke from the fire taints the air, and we are looking at the word taint. Now, Phil, doesn't this mean turning something good bad?
Yes, the smoke taints the air, and we don't want smoke in the air. We can use it more generally to talk about turning something good into something bad, and actually we often use it by turning it into the adjective tainted.
That's right. And other things can be tainted, like you said. For example, a relationship Maybe someone in a relationship does a bad thing, the other person can't trust them, so the relationship is ruined, it's tainted.
We can also use it to talk about people's reputations. Think of a politician caught up in a scandal. It can taint their reputation with the public.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had drought, a period of time with no rain.
Overwhelm, cover something completely and quickly.
And taints, turns something good to bad.
Now, if you're interested in the Amazon, we've got another episode of News Review that we think you'll really like. Click on it now.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Як сказати віджимання, присідання, станова тяга англійською та як назвати інші вправи, які військові виконують на фізичних тренуваннях. Що входить до Army Combat Fitness Test та чим Marine Corps Physical Fitness Test відрізняється від Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test. Як розповісти англійською про оцінювання фізичної підготовки в ЗСУ. Це канал Армійська англійська, а я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. І я не втомлююсь повторювати, що мовна підготовка має бути обов'язковою в Збройних силах України, так само, як і фізична. І саме про фізичну підготовку військових, PT, Physical Training, ми з вами поговоримо сьогодні. Почнемо із назв найбільш популярних фізичних вправ. Push-ups – віджимання, sit-ups – згинання та розгинання тулуба, лежачи на спині, dragging weight – перетягування ваги, lifting weights – підйом ваги, kettlebells carrying – носіння гир, squats – присідання, overhead squat – присідання зі штангою над головою, burpees – burpee, deadlifts – станова тяга, leg tucks – підтягування ніг, supine bicycles – вправа велосипед, лежачи на спині, climbing monkey bar – вправа на рукоході, standing power throw – перекидання м'яча через голову в позі стоячи, windmill exercise – вправа млин, ground combat techniques – бійцівські єдиноборства, stretching exercises – вправи на розтяжку, plank – планка, to hold a plank – тримати планку, swimming – плавання, rowing – гребля, від дієслова to row – гребти, biking – байкінг – їзда на велосипеді, fast running – біг на швидкість, 2-mile run – забіг на 2 милі, це приблизно 3-2 кілометри, sprint – спринт. Розглянемо вправи, що потрібні для проходження смуги перешкод. Climbing wooden wall – лазіння по дерев'яній стінці. Climbing the net – лазіння по сітці. Rope climbing – лазіння по канату. Зверніть увагу на слово climbing від дієслова to climb. Літера B не читається. Lifting wheel – вправа перевертання покришки. Practicing tire obstacles – біг з перешкодами з автомобільних шин. Crawling under the net – лазіння під сіткою. Carrying a wooden post – вправа на перенесення дерев'яної колоди. До речі, детальніше про смугу перешкод ми поговоримо з вами в наступному відео. А зараз перевірте, чи ви підписані на цей канал. І якщо підписані, чи стоїть ваша вподобайка до цього відео? Також всі ваші коментарі сприяють тому, щоб наші уроки просувались в YouTube. Тому жоден ваш коментар не буде зайвим. Коротко поговоримо про тести фізичної підготовки в різних родах військ США. До речі, нещодавно я розповідала про роди військ США і давала корисні слова для розповіді про роди військ та сил, їхні функції та завдання. Подивіться це відео, якщо пропустили. The Army Combat Fitness Test ACFT складається з 6 компонентів, які тестують різні параметри підготовки від м'язової сили та потужності muscular strength and power до гнучкості та координації flexibility and coordination. Солдати заробляють бали за виконання та перевиконання мінімальних вимог кожного завдання. Компоненти тесту такі: 3 maximum deadlift – 3 повторення максимальної станової тяги. У цій частині теста треба to lift – підняти the maximum weight you can 3 times – 3 рази. Standing power throw – силовий кидок стоячи. Солдати мають to throw – кинути a 10-pound medicine ball backward and overhead as far as possible. Назад та над головою якомога далі. Також у форматі тесту солдати виконують hand release push-ups – віджимання. They complete as many hand release push-ups as possible. Якомога більше віджимань із відривом долонь in 2 minutes. Sprint, drag, carry. Спринт, тягни, перенеси. Треба пройти 25-метрову дистанцію 5 разів якомога швидше. Вона включає спринт, перетягування ваги у 90 фунтів, sled drag, біг приставним кроком, laterals, перенесення в руках 2 40-pound kettlebell weights, 40-фунтових гир та ще один спринт. Це випробування симулює перетаскування побратима, a battle buddy, на полі бою в безпечнішу зону або в укриття, а також перенесення боєкомплекту на бойових позиціях. Leg tuck – підтягування ніг. Soldiers complete as many leg tucks as possible, водночас зберігаючи a relatively vertical posture – відносно вертикальне положення. 2-mile run on a measured, generally flat, outdoor course. 2-мильна пробіжка на час по відносно рівній місцевості на відкритому повітрі. Морські піхотинці США складають 2 тести. Перший – це The Marine Corps Physical Fitness Test, який включає pull-ups or push-ups – підтягування або віджимання, planking – стійку в планці та timed 3-mile run. Другий – The Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test – тест, що тестує не тільки загальну форму, а й фізичну підготовку до бойових дій. CFT складають кожні півроку, щоб підтвердити свою боєздатність. В цьому тесті морські піхотинці повинні run 880 yards. Це simulating movement to contact in battle dress uniform. А також lift a 30-pound ammunition can overhead над головою і зробити максимальну кількість повторів за 2 хвилини. Крім того, вони perform a maneuver under fire simulated event. Для цього випробування морпіхи are paired up by size, діляться на пари за розміром. Вони виконують низку задач, у тому числі з перешкодами: sprints, agility course, high crawl, low crawl, body drag, fireman carry, ammo can carry, push-ups and grenade throw. У тестах для Coast Guard берегової охорони та Navy військово-морського флоту присутні тести, що перевіряють здатність плавати. Тому до тренувань додаються Complete Swim Circuit – вправи на плавання, а також Cardio-Respiratory Fitness – кардіореспіраторний фітнес, Swim, 1.5-mile run, Stationary bike – плавання, біг на 1,5 милі, велотренажер. В інтернеті ви можете знайти безліч відео та статей англійською, присвячених саме фізичній підготовці військових, які поповнять ваш словниковий запас іншою лексикою. А завершити урок я хочу короткою розповіддю про Physical Training Assessment – оцінювання рівня фізичної підготовленості in the Ukrainian Army. For testing and assessment of physical fitness, all servicemen are divided into categories and age groups. Усі військовослужбовці поділяються на категорії та вікові групи, depending on their occupation requirements, залежно від вимог їх службової діяльності. До тесту з оцінювання фізичної підготовки входять такі вправи: pull-ups on a crossbar – підтягування на перекладині, 100-meter run – біг на 100 метрів, 3-kilometer run – біг на 3 кілометри, 2-kilometer run – біг на 2 кілометри, sit-ups – згинання та розгинання тулуба, push-ups – згинання та розгинання рук в упорі лежачи. Assessment – оцінювання проводиться за сумою балів points, taking into account a gender з урахуванням статі. Щоб розповісти про те, які вправи ви виконуєте, як тренуєте щодня, застосовуйте лексику цього уроку, а з граматики вам знадобиться час Present Simple – детальний урок з простим зрозумілим поясненням, як цей час вживати та утворювати, ви знайдете на нашому каналі. Ще раз нагадаю вам, що до мовної підготовки варто ставитись так само серйозно, як і до фізичної. Щоб сприяти цьому і допомогти українським Збройним силам опанувати English якомога швидше, ми з командою волонтерів працюємо щоденно і готуємо ці відеоуроки та інші спеціалізовані матеріали саме з військової англійської. Усе, по суті, тільки те, що знадобиться військовим у роботі. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, який просто зараз, будь ласка, візьміть та порекомендуйте вашим знайомим та колегам, щоб якомога більше українських захисників вивчали англійську з нами. Побачимося в наступному уроці.
Hello, everyone. Today, my friend Marcia is at her friend's house. She says it is beautiful. I want to see this house. Here we are. Marcia, I am in the kitchen. It is a beautiful kitchen.
It is beautiful. We cooked in the kitchen.
I eat in the kitchen.
We relax in the living room.
I relax in the living room. Marcia, let's go upstairs.
I am in the living room. I relax in the living room.
Now you try it.
Anna, where are you?
Marcia, I am in the bathroom. I wash in the bathroom.
I am in the bedroom. We sleep in the bedroom.
I sleep in the bedroom.
We sleep in the bedroom.
I wash in the bathroom.
Now you try it. Say where you are.
Hello, everyone. Today, my friend Marcia is at her friend's house. She says it is beautiful. I want to see this house. Here we are. Marcia, I am in the kitchen. It is a beautiful kitchen.
It is beautiful. We cooked in the kitchen.
I eat in the kitchen.
We relax in the living room.
I relax in the living room. Marcia, let's go upstairs.
Anna, where are you?
Marcia, I am in the bathroom. I wash in the bathroom.
I am in the bedroom. We sleep in the bedroom.
I sleep in the bedroom.
$8 billion. That's how many people live on Earth, according to the UN. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Shan. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
The world's population has officially reached 8 billion. The growth is partly due to developments in health, nutrition and medicine. It has taken just 11 years to go from 7 to 8 billion, but growth in several countries is actually slowing. Many are concerned the expanding population is destroying the planet.
You've been looking at the headlines, Shan. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have peak, poses and shape.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's take a look at our first headline.
This one is from The Telegraph. World population hits 8 billion as experts predict when it will peak.
The world's population has reached 8 billion. That's 8 followed by 9 zeros. And experts are predicting when the world population will peak. And peak is the word we're looking at. Is there a connection to mountains, Shan?
Well, yes, kind of. So if you picture a mountain, the top is the peak. So it means you can't go any higher. But we also use this word peak to talk about data and graphs. So if you look at this point here is the peak, and it means the top. So in the same way, the peak of a mountain is the top.
Yes, so that top of the mountain peak, and on the graph those are nouns, but it's also used as a verb to mean go as high as possible.
Exactly. So the headline writer is saying that the population is continuing to rise now, but at some point the population will reach the peak. So it can't go any higher, just like an actual mountain.
Yeah, and we use peak not just to talk about graphs and mountains, we can use it to talk about performance, for example, in sport.
Exactly. So it's often used to mean that a team or a person has reached their best level of performance. They can't get any better. They've peaked.
Yeah, and we can use this, for example, the World Cup is coming. It's really important for a football team not to peak too soon. So that means that they shouldn't be at their best level of performance until the actual competition, not before it.
Exactly. That's a useful phrase. Don't peak too soon. And we use it for other situations, not only sport. So if you're revising for exams and you start doing too much too early, you could say, don't peak too soon, or you'll forget everything on exam day.
Excellent advice. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one is from CNN. Global population hits 8 billion as growth poses more challenges for the planet.
And so this population growth is causing problems for the planet. We're looking at the word poses, and I know this word pose, it means the way you stand. So a model, the way a model stands for a photo, or maybe an actor on the stage, that's a pose.
Or a painting, yeah, it's the way you stand in a particular position. Or yoga, you can have a yoga pose. But here, it's a verb, and poses means creates or causes something to happen.
Yeah, so the headline is saying that this population growth is causing problems, issues, challenges. It poses a problem.
Exactly. So we often use poses with questions. You can pose a question, but it's commonly used with negative nouns like threat or danger or problem. So should we think of some examples?
Yes, so if a driver has been drinking alcohol, it poses a danger to people in the road and in that car as well.
Yeah, or a political scandal can pose problems for the government.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that again. Time for our next headline.
This one's from The Conversation. As the 8 billionth person is born, here's how Africa will shape the future of the planet's population.
This headline is looking specifically at Africa and how it will shape the future. Now, it's the word shape we're looking at, Sian. Can you give me some example of shapes?
Okay, so shapes as a noun. We can have a triangle, a square, a circle. But if you want to make something into the shape you want,
you shape it. So that's a verb, shape as a verb, as it is in the headline. And the headline is talking about how Africa will shape or influence the future.
Yes, and we often use this verb shape in relation to beliefs or ideas or a person's character. So has anything or anyone in your life shaped you as a person, Neil?
I guess, yeah, I moved around a lot when I was a kid, and I think that shaped my personality because as an adult I've moved around a lot as well. Let's have a look at that one more time. We've had peak, can't get any higher or better.
Poses, causes or creates something that's usually negative.
Shape, influence.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Goodbye.
This man promised his followers the world, then led them to their deaths. This man was once part of a cult's inner circle and now works to prevent others from doing the same.
I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, and I became a right-wing fascist.
We look at what happens when leadership turns bad and how to avoid becoming caught up in a cult. Port Kaituma, Guyana. In 1978, 918 people died here and in the country's capital. This is Jim Jones, an American religious leader. He founded an organization called the People's Temple in the US. He took many of his followers to Guyana, building a settlement called Jonestown near Port Kaituma. Soon there were reports of beatings, disease and other abuse. Jim Jones' mental and physical health became worse. November 18th, 1978, Temple members attacked a plane on this airstrip. It was carrying a team investigating Jonestown. 5 people died, 11 were injured. In Jonestown, the remaining cult members drank or were forced to take poison. Men, women, children, and babies died. This pattern has been repeated. Political leaders like Kim Il-sung and Stalin had cult-like followings and were responsible for many, many deaths. What gives a leader like this such control over their followers?
A cult-type leader is typically someone who claims to have all the answers needed to solve the world's problems, and that includes whatever problems the individual they're attempting to recruit faces as well. As a result of this, they demand absolute commitment from their followers and encourage them to escalate their commitment to the group until a point is reached where absolutely every waking moment and all the emotional and intellectual and financial resources of the person concerned are committed to and involved in the group.
Cult leaders like to claim to be able to solve the world's and your problems, and they want your complete devotion.
Cult leaders are not necessarily easy to spot. At the beginning, they are approaching you in a friendly spirit. They claim to be offering just some interesting ideas about politics, life, religion, or whatever. And they only become clearly cult leaders for most people after a period of time when the person concerned has already escalated their commitment to the group beyond any point of reason.
Cult leaders are not always easy to spot. They can appear very friendly at first.
Well, if we take Jim Jones as an example, he staged miraculous faith healings in which he claimed people were being cured of cancer, that the blind could see and the crippled could walk. But he didn't necessarily begin to influence people by showing them these things. At the beginning, most people wandered into what seemed to be very warm and inviting church services where they felt welcomed in a way that many of them hadn't been welcomed before. And it was only after some period of time that they then were exposed to these deceptive techniques to convince them that Jones was a man with amazing powers beyond the norm.
Leaders like Jim Jones go to great lengths to welcome in new people. We can call this being love-bombed.
Most of us are vulnerable to the lure of cult leaders at various points in our lives, particularly after we have had some kind of stressful experience, such as maybe going through a divorce or losing our jobs. For example, if you look at the Jonestown group, many of the people who joined it had suffered from racist abuse in the past, which traumatized them. Many others were returning veterans of the Vietnam War who were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and were looking for some kind of idealistic community or group to which they could join and which would make them feel welcome.
Leaders promising all the answers can seem attractive when we are vulnerable. So how can we recognise these leaders?
The first thing I think we need to do is to require people making extraordinary claims to offer a great deal of evidence in support of them. Beyond that, if we think we are in an environment where we're being subjected to pressures that we don't like, that are asking us to constantly escalate our commitment to those groups, and where criticism of the leader is forbidden or discouraged in various ways, it is best to try and get out of that environment as quickly as is possible.
If you are feeling controlled by someone else, it is best to leave. This isn't always easy to do, so try to get support from others if you can. Dr. Stephen Hassan knows all about cults. In the 1970s, he became a senior figure in the Unification Church, more commonly known as the Moonies. The church was set up by a Korean called Sun Myung Moon. He claimed to be God's Messiah, but members were often cut off from their previous life, prevented from seeing family and friends. Stephen now works to stop others from becoming a victim of cult leaders.
My personality changed dramatically. That's one of the telltale signs, actually, of being in an authoritarian cult, is what we refer to as a radical personality change. So I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, who had a ponytail and wore dungarees, to a man with a short haircut, three-piece suit, and I became a right-wing fascist, essentially throwing out my poetry, cutting off from my family and friends because they raised concerns about my membership.
So Stephen Hassan's personality changed dramatically when he became a Moonie. How did he view the leader, Sun Myung Moon?
So it's very important to understand that I was already programmed to look at him as the greatest man in human history. So naturally, I had my blinders on already when I actually met with him and experienced him. I've heard many people see him speak and they'd say, he has no charisma. Like, how could you see anything in him? So that's an interesting phenomenon, that somebody who feels that the person is emanating great charisma and power could leave somebody else completely dry.
Stephen admired Sun Myung Moon, but he had been programmed or brainwashed to be. Others saw him differently. How did this inform Stephen's view of leadership?
First of all, I consider myself, before the Moonies, a bookworm introvert. When I got into the cult and I was pushed into leadership positions and recruiting strangers on street corners, I became very extroverted in my cult identity. In fact, I was told to become a small Sun Myung Moon and think like him and walk like him and talk like him. And when I got out of the cult, I didn't want any leadership. I didn't want to influence anybody. And yet I knew what I knew, and I knew that I had a contribution to help others.
Stephen realised he had a leadership role to play in preventing others from joining cults. So how does his leadership differ now?
I want people to ask me questions and I answer honestly and responsibly. And often people will challenge me and say, we don't agree with this point or that. And I think about it, and if I realize they're right, I apologize and I change my point of view. So the key is humility, I think.
Stephen encourages people to challenge his views, and he is willing to change his mind. So how easy is it to fall for a cult these days?
Social media is intentionally going to use information that's gathered about you from all of your activities. There are some 5,000 data points on every human being, I'm told. And these are going to be oriented in algorithms towards you. So what I say is you need to be really skeptical. And if you're curious about something, really do a consumer awareness approach. It's saying they're making this claim, it sounds outrageous, I need outrageous level of proof.
Be skeptical or wary of claims being made online, and check them out thoroughly. So people who make grand promises and demand complete loyalty from you are likely to be cult-like leaders. Even online, question their claims, check their facts. If they are authentic, they won't mind.
Protests in Iran. Younger generation demand change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Neither headscarf nor humiliation. Freedom and equality. This is one thing university students in Iran have been shouting. Protests began in Iran and around the world last month when a young woman died after being arrested by the morality police for not covering her hair. Many members of the younger generation say they want a different lifestyle and don't identify with the Iranian regime. Human rights groups say 200 people have died in the protests so far.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have fan flames, wave, and Gen Z.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Financial Times. Iranian celebrities fan flames of anti-regime protests.
And so the headline is saying that celebrities inside and out of Iran are taking part in anti-regime protests. That's protests against the current political system. But the expression that we are looking at is fan flames, or fully, fan the flames of something. And we need to break that down. The first part is the word fan. Now, Beth, we are in a TV studio. There are lights, they're quite hot.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it gets so hot in here that we have to fan ourselves to cool down.
Yeah, okay, so that's the first part, fan. We need to look at the second part now, flames. If you light a fire, let's say a barbecue, and you want to make the flames more intense, you can fan the flames and they get stronger. That's the expression, fan the flames, but we're not talking literally here.
No, so generally speaking, fan the flames is an expression used metaphorically, and it usually means to make a tense situation even more tense. Now, in this headline, celebrities are encouraging and supporting the protests, so that's why we're using it. They are making the fire bigger or making the protests bigger.
That's right. So celebrities want to encourage the protesters to carry on until they achieve what they're trying to get. They are fanning the flames. Do we have any other expressions like this?
Yes, we have add fuel to the fire. Now, if you add fuel, something like wood or coal, to a fire, then it gets bigger. Now, again, this expression is used metaphorically, and it means to encourage a situation in which there are strong or high emotions.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from France 24. Fame no shield from frightening Iran arrest wave.
And so the headline is saying that fame, or being famous, is not a shield against arrest. A shield is something that protects you. So celebrities are also being arrested. But the word we're interested in is wave, but we're not talking about water or oceans, are we?
No, but if you think about a wave in the ocean, it starts small and then it gets bigger before getting smaller again. So in this headline, wave is used to mean that a lot of arrests are happening at the moment, arrest wave.
Yes, so since the protests began, there's been a large number of arrests, a wave of arrests. This word wave we can see used in other contexts with a sort of similar meaning.
Yes, so in the summer this year, we heard a lot about heat waves. That's high temperatures for a specific amount of time. We also sometimes hear about a wave of sickness, which is lots of people getting sick at the same time.
Yeah. Are there any other words like wave that have this similar meaning?
Yeah, so we can use surge. Again, like a wave, it's connected to water, but it's used metaphorically to mean a large amount of something happening at one time, like a power surge or a crowd surge, for example.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. Our next headline, please.
This is from The Telegraph. How Gen Z, or Gen Z as they say in the US, became the Iranian regime's most fearsome opponent.
Yes, so the headline is saying that Gen Z is a fearsome opponent of the regime. Fearsome means frightening, and opponent is someone or a group against another group. And the headline is saying that this group, Gen Z, are the most frightening opposition group for the government in Iran. But who or what exactly is Gen Z or Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is short for Generation Z, and it refers to people who were born in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Now, in Iran, a lot of the protesters are school age or university age, and that is the age group that's known as Gen Z. But we have other names for other generations. What are they?
Yeah, so we have millennials. That refers to people born between the early 1980s and the mid-90s. That's me. We then have Generation X. They were born between mid-1960 and the early 1980s.
And that's me.
And then there are the baby boomers who were born after World War II.
Yes, and that's my parents' generation. So why do we have these expressions? Why do we need them?
Well, classifying groups of people by their age is an easy way to differentiate between different groups of people, different generations. And it can make it easier for the reader if they immediately know which generation and their kind of supposed characteristics that they're reading about.
Yep. Okay, let's have a look at that again. We've had fan the flames of something, encourage an already tense situation.
Wave. Lots of things are happening at once.
And Gen Z, the group of people born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Rapidly transforming societies. That's the only option left, says the UN, after a failure to cut carbon. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about the story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear more about the story.
Countries must reprioritise climate change or the world faces catastrophe. That's what the head of the UN has said ahead of COP27, the climate conference being held in Egypt this month. Scientists say government failures to meet carbon targets will lead to a rise of more than 1.5 degrees. Only radically changing society will save us from climate disaster, they say.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have landmark, greenwashing, and warning shots.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from Euronews. What is COP27? Everything you need to know about Egypt's landmark climate conference.
So COP27, which is the annual international climate conference, is being described as a landmark. That's the word we're looking at. Right now, Beth, first of all, I want you to think of a famous city, London. When I mention London, what comes to mind?
I think of Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, the London Eye, the Houses of Parliament.
Okay, so these are important, memorable places, buildings, literally marks on the land, landmarks. Is that what we mean here?
Well, they are landmarks, but no, that's not what we're talking about here. So in the headline, landmark is used as an adjective to mean that something is so important that it might cause a dramatic change.
Okay, so the headline is suggesting that COP27 might be a landmark conference, a point where an important change is made. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And this adjective landmark is often put together with words like event, decision, or day. So, for example, if we think about when women first got the right to vote, this was a landmark event. It was very important for women's rights.
And can we use any other words or vocabulary to describe a similar thing?
Yeah, we could say that something is a turning point or a milestone, for example.
Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Guardian. Greta Thunberg to skip greenwashing COP27 climate summit in Egypt.
Okay, so Greta Thunberg, the very famous young Swedish climate activist, is going to skip the COP27 climate conference. That means she's not going to attend because she thinks it's an example of greenwashing. And greenwashing is the word we're looking at. Well, I know the word green and I know the word washing, but what's the sense?
Well, imagine a company that sells something bad for the environment, like a plastic bottle, but they cover it with a green label that symbolises being environmentally friendly. It might have nice pictures of forests on it, and it has words like organic and natural ingredients and recyclable.
Okay, so you're saying this bottle looks like it's really good for the environment, but actually it's just a plastic bottle and plastic isn't very good. So we're saying it's just marketing.
Exactly, yeah. This is greenwashing, and it is just a marketing approach that basically makes it look like an organisation is helping the planet, and that makes the customer want to buy the product. They want to help the planet too, but actually it's not really helping at all.
Right, so in this headline we see that Greta Thunberg thinks that COP27 is an example of greenwashing. She thinks that actually they are not taking it seriously, they just want people to think they are.
Yeah, that's right. And the headline uses the adjective greenwashing. It describes the event, in this case the conference, but we can also use greenwash as a verb. So that is the action of making something look more environmentally friendly than it actually is.
And a related idea and word is sports washing. That means when an organisation or a country hosts or supports a sporting event to try and make themselves look better. Let's take a look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This one comes from Inside Climate News. Ahead of COP27, new climate reports are warning shots to a world off course.
The headline says that the world is off course. That means going in the wrong direction, metaphorically, to reach those climate targets. And we are looking at the expression warning shots. It's got something to do with guns, hasn't it?
Yeah, so literally in war, one side might fire a shot in the air or it might come from a cannon. And this is saying, we are here, prepare yourself. It is a warning. But in the headline, it's used metaphorically. There's actually no guns here.
That's right. So these new scientific reports say that unless we stay within that 1.5 degree limit, something really bad is going to happen.
Exactly. It is a warning shot to the world. And in this case, that bad thing that would happen is the climate would collapse.
Now, the expression warning shot is used very frequently in news media, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So it sounds very dramatic and it creates a really powerful image in the mind of the reader, and that helps them remember the story a little bit more.
Yeah, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had Landmark, an important event that could cause big changes.
Greenwashing. Companies say it's environmentally friendly, but is it really?
and warning shots, signals that show action is needed.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
The footballer who forced his government to feed hungry children. And the young student who got her community active and fighting for their rights. We'll show you what qualities these young leaders showed in fighting for something they believe in. Marcus Rashford in action for Manchester United. Not the obvious person you'd expect to help fight hunger and poverty. The COVID pandemic, children in the UK were sent home from school, and many poorer children no longer got free school meals. Marcus wanted to help get food to those that need it the most. He wrote a letter to the government calling on them to end child poverty. Unlike many in the British government, Marcus had come from a poor background.
You know what families are going through now. I once had to go through that same system, and it's very difficult to find a way out. But now that I'm in this position that I'm in, it's very important for me to help the people that are struggling, and that was the main reason why the letter was written.
Public support for the footballer grew. He became a leading voice in the campaign to end child food poverty. He got the British government to carry on giving free food to those that needed it, with the support of thousands of people. How did he do it?
The personal connection that Marcus Rashford has to the cause is very important because of his strong belief and conviction that child poverty is not something that should be allowed in society. And because he has experienced it, he knows that this is a cause that is as important and even bigger than football.
So Marcus Rashford's personal connection to the cause is important here, and we can see how that motivates him.
Although there is so much you can get from being a footballer, there is a bigger cause in society, in this case child poverty, that is bigger than football. And he sees that as a vision and feels that he has a position in power to be able to influence that.
So Marcus Rashford sees the bigger picture. He knows there are many children experiencing hunger like he did, and this drives his leadership.
Marcus Rashford feels he's got a role to play in fighting child poverty because he's in a position as a professional footballer, and he has the vision. And the honesty and simple way in which he communicates and drives that vision pulls people around him and creates a team spirit within the community, such that even politicians are challenged to try to do more.
Marcus Rashford knows he has a role to play. His passion and commitment draws people to the cause, and his message cannot be ignored, even by the politicians.
He's able to stay the course, and irrespective of what people might say or want him to do, he knows that he has to stay the course to be able to achieve his vision, because that is what he has been doing most of his life.
So resilience and persistence are important character traits here and enable you to stand firm in the face of criticism. But what if you aren't a high-profile footballer? The killing of George Floyd, a black man, at the hands of a white police officer was caught on video and led to massive protests around the world. Bonnie Adelie, a student from the UK, decided to join the growing movement.
Fight for your black friend! Defend your black colleague!
Bonnie organised a protest in her hometown. She set it up in just 2 days. So what were Bonnie's experiences of leadership?
I didn't watch the video, but I felt the effects of that. Sorry. I felt the effects of that immediately, because just hearing about it is enough to shake somebody, I think.
Bonnie Adelie, as a black woman, had been personally affected by the killing and wanted to respond.
I tried to make sure that this protest is not linked to any political party, any local agenda, nothing. This is about Black people having a space to grieve. And if you are a self-proclaimed ally and you want to support, then you have a space to come and support.
Bonnie knew others felt the same way as her and wanted to give them an opportunity to come together. She also knew she was putting herself at risk.
As somebody in charge, you take full accountability for everything that happens. And knowing that, you have to be ready for things to go wrong, things to not go your way, for people to hurl abuse at you. Like, I think knowing that before you decide to take something on is really, really important, because self-awareness should let you know whether or not you can hold that.
Bonnie took a risk and accepted personal responsibility for the event, knowing it might not go well. This makes her a believable leader. She also thinks it's important to not forget the issue you are fighting for.
Honor the people that you've come to serve, because I think it's about leading and taking charge, sure, but it's also about serving. You're there I organized a protest, but it was to serve. It was to serve my community. I don't know how else to phrase that, but when you lead, you also serve. And that's, there's a lot of humility that comes with that, I think. I was, like I said, very humbled. By the end of that protest, humbled to the absolute extreme.
Bonnie says she was humbled. She didn't see herself as bigger than the cause. People are more likely to follow her because of this. So, to lead for a cause, you need to show your connection to the cause. You might need to take a real risk, and you should remember you are not bigger than the cause itself. Be humble.
Learning to smile again. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Sian. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
People in Japan have been taking lessons on how to smile again. The laws now changed, so you don't have to wear a mask anymore, but many people have complained that they've forgotten how to smile. Smile coaches have been helping people get used to smiling again.
You've been looking at the headlines, Sian. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have grin, ditches, and life after.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. Grin and bear it. As mask mandates end, Japan turns to tutors to relearn how to smile.
Okay, so this headline is about the end of mask-wearing rules in Japan. The word that we're looking at is grin. Now, Sian, grin, that's a type of smile, isn't it?
It is, but it's not just any smile. It's a really big one like this.
Okay, as you can see, Sian is grinning from ear to ear, which is a common expression.
But we can also use it for the kind of smile when you've done something wrong. So we can say that a child has a cheeky grin, for example.
Yes, and in this headline, they use the expression grin and bear it, which means remain positive when something bad is happening. But there's something a bit different here.
Yes, there's a kind of joke here. So normally the spelling in this expression is bear, B-E-A-R. So that means to deal with something. But here they've spelt it bear, B-A-R-E, which means not covered. So they're making a joke about going barefaced, so not having a mask on your face.
That's right. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from the Mainichi. Smile practice seminars popular in Japan as country ditches masks.
So this headline, like the first one, is about the ending of rules in Japan about wearing masks after COVID. The word we're looking at, though, is ditches, which is a verb here, but it's useful to think of the noun, a ditch, which is that thing on the side of the road.
Yeah, so it's where all the water and waste from the road end up. But here we use ditch as a verb, and to ditch something is to throw it away. So if you don't need something anymore, you ditch it. It's not just used for things, though.
No, you can use it for ideas. You can ditch an idea if you think it's a bad one, or you can ditch plans if they're not going to work. I ditched my travel plans during the COVID pandemic.
Or you can even ditch people. So if we talk about ending a relationship, you can say you ditch your boyfriend or girlfriend. Doesn't sound very nice, but we use it.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Japan Times. Remembering how to smile, Japan training sessions help prepare for life after masks.
Yes, and we're going to look at this useful little phrase we use to talk about how things might be different in the future, life after.
Yeah, so here it's life after masks, and it refers to how life will change for people in Japan when they stop wearing masks.
Yes, and we use this a lot when we're talking about the future. So, for example, students have to prepare for life after university, or a celebrity, a famous person, has to think about life after fame when they're not famous anymore.
Yeah, and it can also be used with people. So thinking about the future without an important leader or a famous person. For example, are Argentina ready for life after Messi? So he's going to retire one day.
Let's look at that one more time. We've had grin, smile.
Ditches, get rid of.
And life after, a future without.
And if you want to learn more vocabulary around this topic, check out this episode of 6 Minute English.
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Frequent flying, big houses, and luxury lifestyles. The world's richest are damaging the planet more than any other group of people. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn all the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And to understand more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now the story.
The richest 1% of people create the same amount of carbon as the poorest 2/3 in the world. That's according to data published in a new report by charity Oxfam. It found that the lifestyles of the wealthy, such as taking frequent flights and eating out in restaurants, are closely connected to climate change. Oxfam's chief called for world leaders to end the era of extreme wealth.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary people need to understand this story in English?
We have well off, plundering, and clean up their acts.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. Restaurants, pets and holidays. How UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints.
So this headline is saying that the UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints. Outsized means too big, and your carbon footprint is the impact you have personally on the environment. But we are looking at the word well-off.
We are, and well-off means rich, and it's an adjective. It might look like a phrasal verb because it has two parts, and that second part is off, but it's an adjective.
Now, this headline says that the well-off, that's the rich and wealthy, are having a worse impact on the environment. We have these words, rich and wealthy, already. So why do we need well-off? What's the difference?
Well, it's a bit softer and it sounds more polite than rich, which isn't always a positive thing. And a similar but even softer way of saying well off is comfortable. That's a word you already know, but it's a slightly different meaning here.
Yes, and then the other extreme is this word loaded. It means extremely well off, extremely rich, and it's not that polite. It's very direct. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Washington Post. World's richest 1% plundering the planet, Oxfam report says.
We're looking at the word plundering. Now, Beth, when I hear this word plundering, I think of thieves or pirates stealing things, treasure.
Well, yeah, that's right. The literal meaning of plunder is taking things that don't belong to you by force. Now, in this headline, the richest are plundering the planet. So, Neil, does that mean that the richest are stealing things by force?
Well, not exactly, but by choosing the word plunder, the writer is suggesting that what the rich are doing is wrong. The sense is that they are using resources that actually should be shared more equally amongst people. And that word plunder they actually took from the Oxfam report to support their opinion. What other words for steal can we use?
Well, there's nick and pinch. They're both a bit informal though. Has anyone ever nicked your phone?
No, nobody has ever nicked my phone, but it looks like someone is trying to pinch my wallet, Beth. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Herald. USAF urged to use budget for richest Scots to clean up their acts.
So campaigners in Scotland want the richest to clean up their act, and clean up their act is the expression that we're looking at. This word act I recognise from the theatre, like Shakespeare. To be or not to be.
No, stop. That's not the act we're talking about here. Here, act means behaviour, and clean up your act means make your behaviour better, improve it.
Yes, and although the expression has the word clean in it, it's not really about cleaning. It means to improve.
So the campaigners want the rich
to do better when it comes to climate change.
I was going to say that. That's my line. You need to clean up your act.
I really do. Let's look at that again. We've had well-off, rich.
Plundering, taking what doesn't belong to you.
And clean up their acts, improve their behaviour.
Now, if you enjoyed this episode and want to learn more about this topic, watch this episode of News Review where we asked, can flying ever be green?
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye. Could a short sleep during the day protect your brain? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn all the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Our brains get smaller as we get older. But this doesn't happen as fast in people who take regular short sleeps during the day. That's according to a new study. Researchers suggest that these naps might reduce the risk of developing conditions like Alzheimer's in later life.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have power nap, sharp, and hinder.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from iNews. Power naps linked to greater brain capacity, scientists say.
So brain capacity is about brain size, and this headline says that it's linked to something called power naps. Now we're going to look at this phrase, power naps, but Phil, the word nap, isn't that a short sleep that babies have?
Well, anyone can have a nap, but we're looking at power naps. Now these are short sleeps, usually during the working day, in order to be able to do your job better. And in fact, maybe I should have a power nap after recording this.
Well, that might be good for your brain. That's what this headline is saying. But there are other types of nap, aren't there?
Yes, you might have heard of a cat nap, which is kind of similar, but it's not associated with work. And we have other words to talk about sleep, like snooze, or to nod off, and many others.
Okay, well, before our audience nods off, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
Yeah, this one is from The Times. Taking more naps could help you to stay sharp in later life.
Now again, we're talking about naps, and this article refers to another study which suggested that having naps can help our brains perform better. The word we're looking at is sharp. Now Phil, I know a sharp knife, but what is a sharp brain?
Well, you've probably guessed that it's a metaphor. If you describe someone as sharp, it means that they're alert and they can think quickly. Think about when you've had a good rest and you're feeling good, everything just seems to be a bit easier.
Yeah, and we use it to talk about people that always have a quick answer for something. We can say that they are sharp or that they have a sharp mind.
Yes, and it's being used here to say that regular naps will keep your brain performing well.
Yes, just like how practicing your English every day will keep your language skills sharp. Okay, let's look at that again. Okay, next headline, please.
This one is from the Daily Express. Naps could help or hinder your health depending on their length, study suggests.
Now this is actually referring to a different study, and it says that long naps can be associated with obesity, while shorter naps can reduce the risk of high blood pressure. We are looking at the word hinder, and this is often used with the word help, isn't it?
It is, but it means the opposite. To hinder means to make things harder or worse. Now here we're looking at health. So the headline is saying that some naps, shorter ones, are helpful, while others, longer ones, are unhelpful.
That's right. And hinder is not that common in spoken English, but it is often used with the word help. And that's because of those two H's, hinder and help. So, for example, if something turns out to be less useful than you expected it to be, it might actually hinder rather than help you.
I could also say that having to work hinders me being able to take naps regularly.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had power nap, A short sleep during the day.
Sharp, alert and quick thinking.
Hinder, to make something difficult or worse.
Now, there's more about sleep in this video where we asked, are late nights bad for your health?
And don't forget to subscribe here so you never miss a chance to learn more English.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Чим Military Pack відрізняється від Assault Pack? І які ще типи рюкзаків бувають? Як називаються предмети в наплічнику солдата, які забезпечують йому shelter та camouflage? Яке оснащення можна віднести до Survival Essentials? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, на якому сьогодні ми проводимо лексичну розпаковку військового рюкзака і вчимося розповідати про його вміст і називати предмети англійською. У попередніх відео ми з вами вже говорили про форму та одяг військового, а також детально розбирали назви та функції захисного спорядження. А сьогодні наша тема – військовий рюкзак та його вміст. Будемо вивчати, як описати англійською ті речі, які ви з собою носите. Під час підготовки до цього уроку я провела невелике опитування серед військових моїх студентів та друзів і зробила висновок, що окрім загального традиційного переліку необхідних речей, вони мають в своїх рюкзаках різне. А вже ж, наповнення залежить від роду військ, типу підрозділу, посади, характеру завдання, ситуації та обставин, сезону, персональних вподобань і потреб та багатьох інших чинників. Але є базовий набір, що міститься в наплічнику військового найчастіше. Саме про нього і поговоримо. Кажуть, що ще за часів давнього Риму солдати носили з собою сумки, зроблені зі шкіри, у яких переносили їжу, зброю та інші предмети. Довгий час солдати не мали рюкзаків у тому вигляді, як зараз, а носили невеликі сумки або ранці, бо більшість essential items, необхідних речей, які були їм потрібні, переміщувались на повозках on a wagon, які слідували за військом. Коли було винайдено вогнепальну зброю, firearms, у солдатів з'явилася необхідність мати при собою не тільки rifles and muskets, а також ammunition and cleaning equipment. І, відповідно, необхідність носити більше оснащення самостійно. Перші військові рюкзаки, які з'явилися в Америці всередині 18-го сторіччя, було виготовлено з листового металу – sheet metal. І вони мали wooden backing. Зрозуміло, що вони були не дуже зручні. Тож солдати часто загортали свої речі в ковдру і носили на плечі. Тому the first military backpack і називався rucksack від німецького спина та слова sack – сумка, мішок. Наприкінці Другої світової війни з'явився так званий field pack, який мав два відділення – one to store rations or equipment and the other for weaponry. З того часу моделі та матеріали для військових рюкзаків невпинно покращувались та удосконалювались. Було створено сотні різних модифікацій, і в сучасних арміях є вимоги до рюкзаків, які можуть носити військовослужбовці in terms of size – розміру, shape – форми, durability – міцності and color – кольору. Розгляньмо, які варіанти військових сумок та рюкзаків є зараз. A duffel bag – речовий мішок, a tube-shaped cloth bag. A bum bag або a butt bag – сумка на пояс. Molly rucksack – рюкзак з системою Моллі. A combat sustainment pack – додатковий тактичний рюкзак. Невеликий рюкзак, що підходить для різних завдань. An assault pack – штурмовий рюкзак. A mission pack – рюкзак на одне завдання, на 2-3 дні. An Alice pack – all-purpose lightweight individual carrying equipment – рюкзак за типом універсального, полегшеного, індивідуального, розвантажувального обладнання. A Bergen – великий військовий рюкзак, понад 50 літрів, що використовують військові Британії. An attachable pouch – підсумок. A survival kit – набір для виживання. Увага! Різниця між military backpacks та assault packs в тому, що military backpacks – рюкзаки для перенесення всіх речей для довгого періоду часу, а assault packs – призначені для коротших періодів або навіть завдань на один день. Тоді як military pack може вміщувати до 96 літрів, assault packs містять лише around 20 liters. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до розбору вмісту, ви маєте підписатися на цей канал, якщо дивитесь наше відео, а також перевірити, чи поставили ви лайк та дзвіночок, щоб отримувати всі сповіщення про оновлення на каналі. Необхідно в рюкзаку їжа, food – це a field ration – сухпайок. Можна зустріти також назви combat ration, food packet, ration pack, battle ration, meal ready to eat, MRE, або IMP – individual meal pack. Також це усілякі protein bars та energy drinks, які ви так любите. Щоб нагрівати їжу, в рюкзаку є a flameless ration heater – безполуменевий нагрівач. У наплічнику військового неодмінно містяться речі, що забезпечують роботу зброї та зв'язок – weapons and communication. GPS unit, satellite phone, a compass, a map, binoculars, an extra battery – додаткова батарея або powerbank, a radio або a walkie-talkie – радіостанція або рація, a gun cleaning kit – набір для чищення зброї, magazine pouches – підсумки для магазинів, ammo pouches, a signal mirror – сигнальне дзеркало, night vision gear, NVGs – night vision goggles, а також усілякі інші речі, необхідні для зв'язку, знаходження, знешкодження та знищення ворога. Survival essentials – це, по-перше, a first aid kit – аптечка, a tourniquet – турнікет, а також оснащення, що забезпечує гідрацію, hydration packs – гідраційні пакети, a hydration bladder – питна система для рюкзака, a flask – фляга, також її називають a canteen, a sleeping bag – спальний мішок, an emergency blanket – термоковдра, matches – сірники, a hand or foot heating pad – зігрівальні елементи для рук чи ніг, a headlamp або a head torch – налобний ліхтарик, a tactical flashlight – тактичний ліхтарик. У рюкзаку можуть бути різні матеріали для спорудження shelter – укриття та camouflaging – маскування, a tarp – брезентовий тент, a tent – намет, duct tape – скотч і зустрічка, a rope – мотузка, a bungee cord – еластичний шнур з гачками, a rain jacket – дощовик. Маскувальна фарба для обличчя – це Camouflage Face Paint – CFP. Extra Clothing – додатковий набір одягу. Sunscreen – крем для засмаги. Лопатка – це an entrenching tool або E-tool. Personal items – a knife. A multi-tool – є два варіанти написання цього слова. A mug – кружка. A ziploc bag – зіплок-пакет, поліетиленовий пакет на застібці, або a waterproof bag для мап та предметів, які не можна мочити. Що я пропустила? Напишіть мені в коментарях. Кожен ваш коментар служить для підтримки та просування нашого освітнього контенту. Ну і мені приємно. А ще обов'язково порекомендуйте армійську англійську вашим знайомим, які вивчають або планують вивчати англійську. Вони будуть вдячні вам за це. Може, не просто зараз, але будуть. Бо дуже скоро English стане обов'язковою вимогою для військовослужбовців України. І щоб ми могли робити більше корисних уроків і матеріалів з військової англійської, ви можете підтримати наш проєкт не тільки вподобайкою та коментарем, але й фінансово. Усі посилання в описі. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, яка мріє, щоб українське військо опанувало англійську мову і змогло напряму комунікувати з партнерами та колегами з-за кордону, вести перемовини, залучати більше підтримки, навчатися та ділитися досвідом знищення ворога. І в наступному відео я буду озброювати вас граматикою. Скоро побачимось!
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at the fake news phenomenon, what it is, where it comes from, and how we can fight it.
Yes, and we're also looking at the language and vocabulary around fake news, so words and expressions that you might hear or want to use when discussing this hot topic.
And in the program today, how social media has changed the fake news landscape.
And I'll be giving you some news about news.
We'll also try to understand what fake news is and what it isn't. Now, Sam, last time you talked about the word fake. What have you got for us today?
Yeah, so today I'm talking about the word news. So where do you think that word comes from, Hugo?
It may be an acronym, like the first letters from north, east, west, and south, like the points of the compass.
Very good. That's a good guess, and you're not alone in thinking that, but let's find out if you're right. Here's something I recorded earlier. News, news, news. News is all around me. Wherever you get yours from, where does the word itself come from? Is it an acronym for North, East, West, and South? No. Does it stand for notable events, weather, and sports? Nope again. Does it simply mean things that are new? Yes. It comes from the late 1300s from the French word nouvelle. News is simply new information about something that has happened. It's unusual in English because the word new is an adjective, but news is not an adjective. It's a noun, an uncountable noun. And even though it has an S, it's singular. So news is good or bad. We have several expressions in English using the word news. For example, no news is good news, which basically means if you haven't heard anything, there are no problems. That's news to me. I didn't know that. Breaking news, new news, something very important that has recently happened. And if you break the news, you are the person who passes the news on. But if you do break the news, make sure it's not fake news.
That's really interesting, and a lot of that was news to me.
Ah, very good, Hugo. I see what you did there.
And what about you, Sam? What do you get your news from?
Honestly, truly, I mostly get it from the BBC News app.
That goes without saying.
Obviously.
Yeah. I also get my news from the BBC, but I find it really important to get news from different sources because you can always get different voices and different takes on what is happening. So we know about the word fake and the word news. Put them together and you get fake news. But what does it actually mean? Here's the BBC's media editor, Amal Rajan.
Fake news is lies and propaganda told for a political or commercial purpose which deploys digital technology, social media, new networks to go viral, to reach around the world and influence millions of people very, very quickly.
So fake news is information that isn't true, and the reason might be political or commercial, to change opinion or make money.
Yes, so I'd like to talk about one of the words that Amal used, the word propaganda. So this comes up a lot when talking about this topic, and let's just check that we know what it means before we move forward. So propaganda is a noun, and it describes information which is put out for political reasons, to get support for a political party or a political cause, and it's designed to promote a particular agenda, so to persuade people to think a particular way or make people support a particular policy. Propaganda isn't always completely fake, but it's often very one-sided and unbalanced and may mix lies and the truth. So I guess that's one of the challenges of being a journalist, Hugo, is making sure that you can actually determine what is true and what isn't.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, and it's not made easier by social media. Amal mentioned there that digital technologies and social media are tools used to spread fake news. But what is the problem here? Let's get more about that. So earlier, we put some questions to today's expert guest.
Hi, my name is Samantha Bradshaw. I'm a researcher at the Oxford Internet Institute, and I study how disinformation affects democracy. Fake news has been around for as long as we've had the printing press, so there's nothing necessarily new about fake news. The ways in which digital technologies can enhance the spread and the precision of these kinds of stories is something that is new. So fake news on social media can spread much more quickly and to many more people because the flow of information is very free compared to in the past where we had journalists, editors, TV channels controlling the flow of information and what would or would not get published. Today, anybody with a keyboard can essentially be a publisher.
Lots of interesting stuff there.
Yeah, so the first thing I noticed is that she used the word disinformation. And that is often used to describe kinds of fake news or false information that is deliberately published and spread. She also made the point that fake news, as we know, is not new, but it's always been around. But with social media and the digital world, it's allowed to spread further and faster, and without it being controlled by traditional broadcasters and publishers. So now, I know there's a problem there, obviously, but doesn't this also mean that there's now a bit more of a democracy of information? Isn't it a good thing that we don't only have these traditional sources, particularly if those sources are government-run or run by one particularly powerful individual?
That's a very good point, because if you remember what happened during the Arab Spring in the Middle East, or even protests in Iran and in many other countries around the world, social media gave people a very important tool to express themselves. And, well, basically, journalists got to know what was happening because of that.
Because they weren't allowed in the country in some cases.
Absolutely. The difference here is that maybe those people who are publishing these, this kind of information, they don't go through all the checks that we, working for mainstream media or traditional news organizations, have to go through, which is we interview people, we check the facts, we recheck the facts to make sure that everything is accurate. And of course, we make mistakes, but when we do, we acknowledge them and correct them.
Yeah. And also, as Samantha said, anyone can be a publisher. So there's lots of people out there sharing stories, putting stories out onto social media, but they may not have the knowledge or the resources to check whether those are real stories. And therefore, some of the stuff out there might be inaccurate. It hasn't been checked by anyone.
Yeah, there's a famous saying which goes, a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth has got its pants on. Well, I think these days a lie can get all the way around the world before the truth has even woken up. And what makes it even more challenging is when people are being told not to trust mainstream media.
Yeah. Is this what you mean? Let's have a look.
It's totally fake news. Fake news. Fake news! You are fake news. It was fake news. Thank you.
Yes, the American president gets a lot of criticism from mainstream media. He sees that as being an unfair attack on him. He uses the phrase fake news when talking about news that he doesn't like, that he doesn't find convenient. And when one of the most powerful politicians in the world accuses the mainstream media of being fake news, that's a problem. Here's Amal again.
A lot of politicians or people in the public eye have started to use the word fake news or the phrase fake news to basically describe news that they don't like. If you're a politician who wants to close down debate, then you might use the phrase fake news because you don't want people to ask you questions about something uncomfortable. So it's really important that we're clear about what fake news does and doesn't mean.
So it seems that the most famous user of the phrase fake news, perhaps the person who's made it as famous a saying as it is, actually uses it to mean something completely different from the rest of us.
Indeed. Well, to be clear, when we're talking about fake news, we mean false information, information that is not true or not correct, but which is published and shared, particularly on social media. Well, it's about time we wrapped up this program. Sam, remind us of some of today's key vocabulary.
Absolutely, of course. So we learned that the word news comes from the French word nouvelle, and although it has an S at the end, it is not plural, it's an uncountable noun, so it's always singular. We can say, that's news to me, if we find something out that we didn't know before. No news is good news is an expression which means that the lack of news probably means everything's fine, everything's okay, because if something bad had happened, we probably would have been told. Breaking news is new news, so something important. And to break the news is to be the person who gives the information to someone. Propaganda is political information, which could be false or very one-sided information. And then we also had disinformation, which is a term for false news, false stories that are spread deliberately. Mainstream media refers to traditional and established news broadcasters and publishers, just like the BBC, for example.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you for watching. Do join us again next time for Fake News, Fact and Fiction. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
In Hong Kong, the trial of media businessman Jimmy Lai begins. Lai faces national security charges, carrying a possible sentence of life in prison. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida condemns North Korea's missile test, which South Korea's military says flew 1,000 kilometers before landing in the sea. Iraqis vote in the first provincial elections in 10 years. Parliamentary elections are planned for 2025. And Kenya and the European Union sign an economic partnership agreement. The deal reduces import taxes and other costs between Europe and the East African nation.
Animals and plants that are bad for nature. A new report says non-native species are a danger. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about today's story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Non-native animals and plants are destroying biodiversity and ecosystems across the world. A major scientific report says mosquitoes are spreading dengue and yellow fever, and rats and snakes are killing seabird populations. Invasive species are those that come from a different environment accidentally and cause damage. They often arrive via ships, planes, and tourists.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have repelled, high stakes, and running rife.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from DW, that's Deutsche Welle. Can invasive alien species be repelled?
Okay, let's start with alien. Alien means that these species come from a foreign country. They are invasive and they spread quickly and they cause damage. But we are looking at repelled. Now, this word, Beth, repelled, reminds me of the thing I use when I go to some countries on holiday.
Yes, now that is useful to think about. It's insect repellent. You spray it on you or put cream on and it keeps insects like mosquitoes away from you. Now we're looking at repelled and the verb is repel.
Yes, and to repel, the verb means to force something away from you. And the headline writer is asking whether these alien species can be forced away. Can they be repelled?
That's right. Now, things can also repel you. They make you want to stay away from them. And that includes people. If you find someone unpleasant, then they can repel you.
I think Beth's saying that I repel her. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from Japan Today. World losing high-stakes fight against invasive species.
So this headline is saying that the world is losing its battle against invasive species, and it describes the fight as high stakes. High stakes is an expression that comes from betting or gambling. And if something is high stakes, you could win a lot, you could lose a lot. So the risk is high.
Exactly. Now, high stakes is an adjective, and it means there's a lot to lose or a serious risk if something isn't successful. So this headline is describing the fight against invasive species as high stakes.
Yes, and we know that these invasive species are not good for the planet, and there is a lot of risk if we can't stop them.
Now, we use it in other situations as well. For example, in tests like IELTS. This is a high stakes test because there's a lot to lose. If you don't get the band that you need, you will have to pay again.
Yes. Now, talking of risk, Beth, I was playing poker last night. It was a high stakes game.
Okay. How did you do? Did you win, lose?
Well, I was wondering if you could lend me some money for lunch. Just £5 maybe? Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline, please.
This is from MSN. Invasive alien species running rife around Earth at unprecedented rate.
So we see that word alien again that we've already looked at. The headline says that alien species are running rife. Running rife is what we're going to learn about. Now, Beth, we all know run, but what's the connection here?
Well, run rife means that something is uncontrolled. It doesn't literally mean running. And this idea of speed is important. So invasive species are spreading very quickly in an uncontrolled way, almost like they're running.
Yes, and we can use this to talk about people as well. So, for example, criminals might run rife in a certain area. It means there's a lot of crime, it's spreading fast, nobody can control it.
Or children might run rife at a party. The kids are out of control.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had repelled, forced away.
High stakes. There's a lot at risk.
And running rife. It's uncontrolled.
Now, if you enjoyed this video, we think you'll love this box set all about animals. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us and goodbye.
Bye. Have you ever quit your job because of a bad boss? New research says you're not alone. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Bad bosses make people quit. Almost a third of British workers in a recent study say that they've left the job because of their manager. Nearly a fifth of people say that their managers were ineffective. Unhappiness with management means workers are less likely to be motivated and less likely to stay. The survey also shows that most bosses are accidental managers, having never been taught how to run a team.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary?
We have prompted, formal, and attrition.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
Yes, this is from The Guardian. Bad management has prompted 1 in 3 UK workers to quit, survey finds.
As this headline says, a third of British workers have quit because of bad management. We're going to learn about the word prompt. Phil, what's the connection between bad managers and people leaving their jobs?
Well, it's quite simple. One thing causes something else to happen. It prompts it to happen. So having a manager who's not very good might prompt you to leave your job. If you see another job advertised with a really high salary, that might prompt you to apply for that job.
Yeah, that's one meaning. And I remember when I was studying for exams, I used prompt cards. I would write information on them to try and help me remember.
Yes, we call them prompt cards because they prompt you to do something. They prompt you to remember. In fact, you could say they prompt your memory. And actually, Beth, what's that you've got in your hand?
It's my script. You have one too. And if I forget what I'm going to say, I can look down and it prompts me. Okay, let's look at that again. And remember to make some notes to prompt your memory in the future. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Fortune. Nearly all bosses are accidental with no formal training, and research shows it's leading 1 in 3 workers to quit.
This headline is about accidental managers and how they can lead people to leave their jobs. We're going to learn about the word formal. Now, Phil, I know formal language, like putting yours sincerely at the end of a letter. Formal dress might be a suit or something like that, but what do we mean here?
Well, we're talking about formal training, but it's related to all those examples you've just given. If you're using formal language, there are rules and you have to follow them. If you want to dress formally, then you need to follow the rules. And formal training is officially organised, so there are rules to follow, and there's probably an exam at the end of it as well.
Okay, so my university degree and my teaching qualifications were formal training. I had to follow the rules, do exams and assignments. But can we have informal training like we have informal language and informal dress?
Yeah, of course. Think about all of the things that you've learnt without having to do a course. Maybe you taught yourself, or maybe you asked someone to help you. Beth, is there anything that you've learnt to do informally?
I suppose I learnt to sing, I learnt to cook. That's all informal training. I suppose you could say that learning English on our website is informal training. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Personnel Today. Accidental managers are driving attrition.
Now we're going to learn the word attrition. To me, Phil, this sounds like something quite bad or negative. And here we're talking about managers. So does it have a business meaning?
Well, there are a few meanings. None of them are good, and there is a business meaning. Beth, what would happen to a company if lots of people left and they didn't get replaced?
It'll get smaller. I suppose that means the company can't do as much.
And that's the meaning that we're using in this headline. The business meaning of attrition is that companies get smaller as people leave and they're not replaced.
Okay, so can we use attrition outside of a business context?
Yeah, there is a more general meaning, and it means to make something gradually weaker by continually attacking it or causing it problems. And in fact, we have this phrase, a war of attrition, which is a long disagreement or conflict where each side is always making the other side more angry.
That sounds like my neighbours. They are always arguing about one thing or another. It's become a real war of attrition. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had prompted, made something happen.
Formal, according to the rules.
And attrition, gradually getting weaker.
Now, if you're interested in problems at work, check out this episode of 6 Minute English all about being unhappy at work. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel by clicking here so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
The Israel-Gaza war, 1 month on. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this news story.
And subscribe to our channel to help you understand English used in the news. Now the story.
It's now a month since the Israel-Gaza war broke out. Israel began bombing Gaza after Hamas killed 1,400 people and kidnapped more than 200 others on the 7th of October. More than 10,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed by air and artillery strikes carried out by the Israeli military in response.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary that can help people understand this story in English?
We're looking at ceasefire, humanitarian corridor, and escalate.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Israel-Hamas war. Benjamin Netanyahu speaks about potential for ceasefire.
We're looking at the word ceasefire, which means a temporary stop or pause during fighting during a war. Now, we can understand this word better if we break it into two parts.
We can, yeah. So the first part is cease, which means stop. This is quite a formal word. We don't really use it in everyday English. The second part of ceasefire is fire.
Yeah, so fire here is a term connected to the military, and it means fight with weapons. So according to this headline, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken about stopping fighting, a potential ceasefire in the Israel-Gaza war.
Now, in the news, we often hear the word ceasefire with the verbs hold and fail. If a ceasefire is holding, it means that the agreement to stop fighting is successful.
But if a ceasefire is failing, it means the fighting is continuing despite this agreement to stop fighting, this ceasefire. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the International Business Times. Israel-Hamas conflict. Israel shuts down reopened humanitarian corridor for evacuations amid Hamas shelling.
We are looking at this expression, humanitarian corridor. The first part, humanitarian, contains that word human, and so it is about humans and looking after humans. Corridor is a place, for example, in a building like an office or a school, where you can walk from one place to another.
That's right. So a humanitarian corridor is a safe area where people can move from a dangerous place to safety. And this headline is saying that Israel has closed a humanitarian corridor that was previously open.
Now, this idea, this concept of the humanitarian corridor is very common in conflict and war. And so you will read it and hear it and see it in news headlines.
And one more thing to note is that humanitarian corridors are not only used to allow people to move, but also to let aid and emergency services in and out of areas.
Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from BBC Newsnight. How could the conflict escalate?
We are looking at the verb escalate, which means to go up or increase. You might know that thing in a shopping centre, the moving stairs that take you from one level to another. That's an escalator. But this verb escalate here is used in the context of war.
It is, and escalate means to become more serious or more intense. So this headline is asking about how the conflict might change as more time passes.
Now, there's a lot of war and conflict in the world, and so therefore you will see this word escalate used often in news reports, but you will also see the opposite word, which is de-escalate.
That's right. De-escalate means the size or level of violence becomes smaller rather than bigger. And you'll notice that it has this prefix de at the beginning. That prefix is often used to mean the negative or the opposite of something.
Let's look at that again. We've had ceasefire, a pause in fighting.
Humanitarian corridor, a safe space for movement of people and aid.
And escalate, become more intense and serious.
If you're interested in learning more language about conflict, we have other programs that might interest you.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Protests in Iran. Younger generation demand change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Neither headscarf nor humiliation. Freedom and equality. This is one thing university students in Iran have been shouting. Protests began in Iran and around the world last month when a young woman died after being arrested by the morality police for not covering her hair. Many members of the younger generation say they want a different lifestyle and don't identify with the Iranian regime. Human rights groups say 200 people have died in the protests so far.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have fan flames, wave, and Gen Z.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Financial Times. Iranian celebrities fan flames of anti-regime protests.
And so the headline is saying that celebrities inside and out of Iran are taking part in anti-regime protests. That's protests against the current political system. But the expression that we are looking at is fan flames, or fully, fan the flames of something. And we need to break that down. The first part is the word fan. Now, Beth, we are in a TV studio. There are lights, they're quite hot.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it gets so hot in here that we have to fan ourselves to cool down.
Yeah, okay, so that's the first part, fan. We need to look at the second part now, flames. If you light a fire, let's say a barbecue, and you want to make the flames more intense, you can fan the flames and they get stronger. That's the expression, fan the flames, but we're not talking literally here.
No, so generally speaking, fan the flames is an expression used metaphorically, and it usually means to make a tense situation even more tense. Now, in this headline, celebrities are encouraging and supporting the protests, so that's why we're using it. They are making the fire bigger or making the protests bigger.
That's right. So celebrities want to encourage the protesters to carry on until they achieve what they're trying to get. They are fanning the flames. Do we have any other expressions like this?
Yes, we have add fuel to the fire. Now, if you add fuel, something like wood or coal, to a fire, then it gets bigger. Now, again, this expression is used metaphorically, and it means to encourage a situation in which there are strong or high emotions.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from France 24. Fame no shield from frightening Iran arrest wave.
And so the headline is saying that fame, or being famous, is not a shield against arrest. A shield is something that protects you. So celebrities are also being arrested. But the word we're interested in is wave, but we're not talking about water or oceans, are we?
No, but if you think about a wave in the ocean, it starts small and then it gets bigger before getting smaller again. So in this headline, wave is used to mean that a lot of arrests are happening at the moment, arrest wave.
Yes, so since the protests began, there's been a large number of arrests, a wave of arrests. This word wave we can see used in other contexts with a sort of similar meaning.
Yes, so in the summer this year we heard a lot about heat waves. That's high temperatures for a specific amount of time. We also sometimes hear about a wave of sickness, which is lots of people getting sick at the same time.
Yeah. Are there any other words like wave that have this similar meaning?
Yeah, so we can use surge. Again, like a wave, it's connected to water, but it's used metaphorically to mean a large amount of something happening at one time, like a power surge or a crowd surge, for example.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. Our next headline, please.
This is from The Telegraph. How Gen Z, or Gen Z as they say in the US, became the Iranian regime's most fearsome opponent.
Yes, so the headline is saying that Gen Z is a fearsome opponent of the regime. Fearsome means frightening, and opponent is someone or a group against another group. And the headline is saying that this group, Gen Z, are the most frightening opposition group for the government in Iran. But who or what exactly is Gen Z or Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is short for Generation Z, and it refers to people who were born in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Now, in Iran, a lot of the protesters are school age or university age, and that is the age group that's known as Gen Z. But we have other names for other generations. What are they?
Yeah, so we have millennials. That refers to people born between the early 1980s and the mid-90s. That's me. We then have Generation X. They were born between mid-1960 and the early 1980s.
And that's me.
And then there are the baby boomers who were born after World War II.
Yes, and that's my parents' generation. So why do we have these expressions? Why do we need them?
Well, classifying groups of people by their age is an easy way to differentiate between different groups of people, different generations. And it can make it easier for the reader if they immediately know which generation and their kind of supposed characteristics that they're reading about.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that again. We've had fan the flames of something, encourage an already tense situation.
Wave. Lots of things are happening at once.
And Gen Z, the group of people born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
In Beijing, EU President Ursula von der Leyen says the EU and China have agreed to establish balanced trade relations. She spoke after talks with President Xi Jinping. The American military grounds all Osprey V-22 helicopters 1 week after 8 soldiers died in an Osprey crash into the ocean near Japan. Guyana says a military helicopter carrying 7 people disappeared in bad weather near the country's border with Venezuela. And the U.S. Senate blocks an emergency bill that called for billions of dollars in new assistance to Ukraine and Israel.
The United States frees an ally of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in exchange for 10 imprisoned Americans and a Malaysian businessman wanted in a U.S. Navy corruption case. Argentina's President Javier Milei signs a series of economic measures to cut spending, end export limits, and ease government rules. In India, opposition lawmakers who were among 141 suspended from Parliament by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government protest in New Delhi. And the government of Angola announces it is leaving OPEC because membership in the oil group does not serve its interests.
Як in English буде тротуар, перехрестя, затор, пішохідний перехід? Як називати англійською різні типи дорожніх знаків? Що таке chevron в дорожній розмітці? Та що ще, окрім здатися та капітулювати, означає дієслово to surrender? Як описати маршрут англійською та дати вказівки, куди їхати? І як дістатися пункту призначення? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська. І сьогодні ми говоримо про driving – керування автівкою, а зокрема про traffic, road signs та routes – дорожній рух, знаки та маршрути. Транспорт рухається автомобільною дорогою – a motorway або a road, або ж швидкісною трасою – a highway, що має смуги, які в англійській мові називаються lanes. Відповідно, автівки рухаються по car lane, автобуси мають свою bus lane, а велосипедисти – bicycle or bike lane. Пішоходи – pedestrians ходять по pedestrian lane або ж a sidewalk. І перш ніж ми почнемо говорити про дорожні знаки та розмітку англійською, перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, а також залиште під цим відео коментар зі зворотнім зв'язком. Це допомагає нашому освітньому контенту поширюватися, і більше українських військових зможуть побачити це відео і покращити свою англійську. Дорожня розмітка – pavement markers. Вона надає інформацію about the direction of traffic щодо напрямку руху and where you may and may not travel, куди вам можна та не можна їхати. Pavement markings виконують наступні функції. Divide traffic lanes – розділяють дорожні смуги. Show turning lanes вказують на смуги для повороту. Mark pedestrian crossings позначають пішохідні переходи. Indicate obstacles помічають перешкоди. And inform you when it is not safe to pass. І інформують, де проїжджати небезпечно. Залежно від країни вони можуть розрізнятися, але зазвичай це white lines, yellow lines, edge lines – лінії краю дороги, arrows – вказівні стрілки, reversible lanes – реверсивні смуги. Роздільна смуга – це center line or separation line. Суцільна пряма – solid line. Переривчаста пряма – broken line. Raised pavement markers – це попереджувальні елементи, що виступають над поверхнею дороги. Rumble strips Це смужки, які видають своєрідний гуркіт – rumble, та відчуваються водіями, якщо на них наїхати. Дорожня розмітка, яку називають chevron, скеровує рух транспорту в необхідну смугу або використовується для розділення транспортних потоків у протилежних напрямках. Тож шеврони є не лише у військових, а й на дорозі. Дорожні знаки – road signs. Залежно від країни, де ви керуєте транспортним засобом, поділ знаків на категорії різниця. Проте основними все ж залишаються попереджувальні – warning signs, регулювальні – regulatory signs та інформаційно-вказівні – guide signs або information signs. Серед попереджувальних знаків – warning signs, що зустрічаються дорогою, найчастіше є попереду світлофор – traffic light, traffic lights, traffic signals або stop lights, перехрестя – crossroads або junction, затори – traffic queues, тоді як в розмовній мові ви частіше всього почуєте фразу traffic jams. Інші назви затору – це blockage, bottleneck, congestion, gridlock, logjam або roadblock. Пішохідний перехід – це pedestrian crossing, zebra crossing або zebra crossing. Залізничний переїзд зі шлагбаумом – це level crossing with a barrier. Вам також можуть трапитися назви railway level crossing, railway crossing, grade crossing або railroad crossing. Це здебільшого американський варіант. Roll through railroad, crisscross, train crossing. Круговий рух – це roundabout або a rotary or traffic circle. Якщо ваш навігатор налаштовано на англійську, то ви почуєте at the roundabout, take the first, the second, the third exit. На кільці поверніть на першому, другому, третьому з'їзді. Двосторонній рух – це two-way traffic. Відповідно, односторонній рух – це one-way traffic. Відповідно, вулиця або дорога з двостороннім рухом – це two-way street або road, а з одностороннім – one-way street або road. До регулюючих знаків – regulatory signs, які дозволяють allow чи забороняють prohibit певні дії на дорозі, залежно від країни, де ви керуєте авто, можуть належати. В'їзд заборонено – no entry. Рух транспорту заборонено – no vehicles. Рух пішоходів заборонено – no pedestrians. Обгін заборонено – no overtaking. Поступись дорогою – yield or give way. Дієслово to yield має декілька значень, і тут воно вживається в значенні to surrender, що може перекладатися не тільки здаватися та капітулювати, а й поступатися, у цьому випадку дорогою. Знак stop – це stop sign. Поступись дорогою зустрічному транспорту – give way to oncoming vehicles. Попереду поворот, праворуч, ліворуч. Знак, який каже нам turn right, turn left. Поворот ліворуч, праворуч заборонений. No turn left sign або no turn right sign. Straight ahead sign – рух прямо. Цей знак каже нам go straight ahead або go straight on. Пригальмуйте – знак, який закликає скинути швидкість – це slow down. Інформаційно-вказівні знаки guide signs або інколи їх називають information signs. Вони вказують на destination – пункт призначення, distance – відстань, direction – напрямок руху, а також дають інформацію щодо дорожніх умов та сервісів на дорозі. Наприклад, автозаправна станція – gas station в американській англійській. Там ви можете придбати gasoline або petrol for your vehicle. А в британській англійській заправку називають petrol station. Також можна зустріти назву filling station. Існує безліч інших знаків, які просто неможливо згадати всі в одному уроці. Але ви можете самостійно знайти їх у мережі та подивитися, як вони називаються. Якщо вам раптом доведеться давати інструкції з пересування іноземцю, або їхати за інструкціями іноземця, або ж кермувати автівкою за кордоном. Перейдімо до наступного пункту – прокладання маршруту, бо одна з вимог стандарту з військової англійської – вміння описувати in English маршрут руху, давати вказівки щодо пересування автівкою. Ви маєте вміти давати бодай прості інструкції та вміти розповісти, як дістатися певного місця, а також зрозуміти інструкції, які вам можуть дати іноземці. У граматичному плані нам в цьому допоможе imperative mood – наказовий спосіб, про який ми говорили в одному з попередніх відео, а також prepositions of movement та prepositions of place – прийменники руху та прийменники місця, які ми розбирали в попередніх уроках. А от на лексику, на слова та фрази, з якими ці прийменники узгоджуються, прошу вас звернути увагу.
Go straight on.
Рухайтесь прямо.
Go straight ahead.
Рухайтесь прямо.
Continue driving.
Продовжуйте рух.
Turn right at the crossroads.
Поверніть праворуч на перехресті.
Turn left at the crossroads.
Поверніть ліворуч на перехресті.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
На кільці поверніть на другий з'їзд.
Go along the street past the bank.
Їдьте вздовж вулиці повз банк.
Go until you reach the train station.
Їдьте, доки не дістанетесь з залізничного вокзалу.
Drive through the square.
Проїдьте через площу.
Go over the bridge.
Переїдьте міст.
The post office is at the corner of the street.
Пошта знаходиться на розі вулиці.
The city council will be on your left.
Міська рада буде ліворуч від вас.
The drugstore will be on your right.
Аптека буде справа від вас.
The hospital is just across the street.
Госпіталь на іншому боці вулиці.
The police department is just over there.
Поліцейська дільниця он там неподалік.
The warehouse is located next to the hangars.
Склад знаходиться біля ангарів.
The observation post is opposite the old building.
Пункт спостереження знаходиться напроти старої будівлі.
The headquarters is located between the two barracks.
Штаб знаходиться між двома казармами.
Stop at the gas station.
Зупинись на заправці.
Отже, друзі, ви отримали порцію лексики для опису дорожніх знаків, розмітки, основних вказівників на дорозі. А також, слідуючи нашим моделям, можете прокласти маршрут, описати дорогу, дати прості вказівки англійською мовою щодо того, як дістатись певного місця, в якому напрямку їхати, де куди звертати та де зупинятися. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, на якому ми з командою волонтерів не зупиняємося та продовжуємо, не збавляючи швидкості, рухатися в напрямку підвищення рівня володіння англійською мовою серед українських військовослужбовців. Зустрінемось у наступному відеоуроці. Як розповісти англійською про структуру AFU – Armed Forces of Ukraine? Як сказати англійською Генштаб, командування Об'єднаних сил та як розповісти про їх функції англійською? Як назвати in English роди військ та сил, що відносяться до Specialized Forces of AFU та Specialized Troops of AFU? Як правильно перекласти сили логістики, сили підтримки, медичні сили, десантно-штурмові війська, війська зв'язку та кібербезпеки? Це армійська англійська, перший в Україні канал з уроками з Military English. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і наші глядачі давно просили мене створити урок про структуру ЗСУ, бо відчувають, наскільки потрібно і важливо вміти говорити про неї англійською. І цей день настав. Сьогодні поговоримо про сили оборони – Defense Forces та The Structure of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – структуру Збройних сил України. Нагадаю, що в попередньому відео ми говорили про сили безпеки України Security Forces of Ukraine, розглядали корисну англійську лексику, тож перегляньте його, щоб коли вам доведеться спілкуватись на цю тему з іноземцями, ви мали всі мовні ресурси для цього. А ще поділіться нашими матеріалами з колегами та знайомими. Порекомендуйте їм наш канал. Вони точно вам подякують за це. Згідно із законом, the number of people in the armed forces of Ukraine is 261,000 people. Чисельність ЗСУ складає 261 тисячу осіб. Із них військовими є 215,000. Однак в особливий період, наприклад, в період воєнного стану, martial law, чисельність збільшується відповідно до вимог і потреб. The number may increase according to the requirements and needs. Збройні сили України мають таку структуру. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб ЗСУ. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Командування Об'єднаних сил Збройних сил України. Branches of AFU – Основні роди військ та сил ЗСУ. Specialized Forces of AFU – Окремі роди сил ЗСУ. Specialized Troops of AFU – окремі роди військ ЗСУ. Military Administration Bodies, Units, Institutions – органи військового управління, підрозділи і військові навчальні заклади, що не належать до видів і окремих родів військ Збройних сил України. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб ЗСУ – головний військовий орган, який має такі функції. It plans the defense of the state, планує оборону держави, controls the use of the armed forces of Ukraine, керує застосуванням Збройних сил України, coordinates and controls the implementation of defense tasks, координує та контролює виконання завдань з оборони. Determines – визначає requirements for the defense forces of Ukraine – вимоги до сил оборони України, resource needs – потреби в ресурсах, strategic planning – стратегічне планування, technical equipment – технічне оснащення тощо. The General Staff of Ukraine closely cooperates with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Генштаб тісно співпрацює з Міністерством оборони України. The Ministry of Defense is responsible for providing the resources for the armed forces. Відповідає за ресурсне забезпечення ЗСУ and for the defense policy – за оборонну політику. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – командування Об'єднаних сил Збройних сил України – є штатним органом стратегічного рівня is a staff body of strategic level. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine performs military management, здійснює військове управління of all interspecific, всіма міжвидовими and interdepartmental troops та міжвідомчими угрупуваннями військ to conduct operations для проведення операцій by order of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine за наказом Верховного Головнокомандувача Збройних сил України and the General Staff of the AFU та Генштабу ЗСУ. The command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine is responsible for, відповідає за, conducting joint operations on the territory of Ukraine, проведення об'єднаних операцій на території України, and peacekeeping missions beyond its borders, та миротворчих місій за її межами. Branches of AFU – основні роди військ та сил ЗСУ. Це Land Forces – сухопутні війська, Air Force – повітряні сили, Navy – військово-морські сили. Specialized Forces of AFU – окремі роди сил ЗСУ – це Special Operations Forces – сили спеціальних операцій, Territorial Defense Forces – сили територіальної оборони, Logistics Forces – сили логістики, support forces – сили підтримки, medical forces – медичні сили. Specialized troops of AFU – окремі роди військ ЗСУ, Air Assault Forces – troops – десантно-штурмові війська, Communications and Cybersecurity Troops – війська зв'язку та кібербезпеки. Друзі, нагадаю вам, що ми вже випускали великий урок, присвячений родам військ та сил ЗСУ, де говорили про Land Forces, Air Force, Navy, Special Operations Forces, Territorial Defense Forces. Інші роди військ та сил ми також не обійдемо увагою і розберемо лексику, щоб ви могли про них розповідати англійською мовою. Але це буде в наступних відео. А щоб їх не пропустити, коли вони з'являться на нашому каналі, ви маєте бути підписаним. І щоб вони таки з'явилися на нашому каналі, і ми могли створювати більше освітнього контенту для українських військових, закликаю вас підтримати наш соціальний проєкт поширенням, коментарем або донатом. Вся інформація щодо цього буде в описі до відео. Також The Armed Forces of Ukraine include – Збройні сили України включають Military Administration Bodies – органи військового управління, Military Units – з'єднання та військові частини, Higher Military Educational Institutions – вищі військові навчальні заклади, Military Educational Units of Higher Education Institutions – військові навчальні підрозділи закладів вищої освіти, Institutions and Organizations – установи й організації that do not belong to the branches and specialized troops of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, що не належать до видів і окремих родів військ Збройних сил України. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – головнокомандувач Збройних сил України – is the highest military position in the state – найвища військова посада в державі. Як керівник Збройних сил України, the head of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, він виконує такі обов'язки. Organizes preparation for defense – організовує підготовку до оборони, directly controls the armed forces during hostilities, безпосередньо керує Збройними силами під час бойових дій. В особливий період керівництво Збройними силами України і іншими військовими формуваннями президент України здійснює через ставку Верховного головнокомандувача, the headquarters of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, робочим органом якого є the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб Збройних сил України. А я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це спеціалізований курс англійською, який я створюю на цьому каналі «Армійська англійська» разом з командою однодумців. Ми переконані, що англійська має стати другою мовою в Security and Defense Forces of Ukraine. З нами погоджується the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, який, як і ми, хоче, щоб всі українські військовослужбовці говорили англійською до 2026 року. Ми не підпорядковуємось Генштабу, а є незалежним соціальним проєктом, але ми вже працюємо над реалізацією цієї цілі. Озброюємо українські сили безпеки та оборони англійською мовою, роблячи спеціалізовану військову англійську доступною для кожного військовослужбовця. Що таке enlistment та conscription? Чим to deploy відрізняється від to assign? Як розповісти про військовий досвід англійською? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська канал, де ми вивчаємо Military English. І в цьому відео ми з вами розглянемо корисну лексику, яка дасть вам змогу розповісти про ваш військовий досвід, про вашу біографію і про факти з вашої військової кар'єри. Сьогоднішня тема важлива, по-перше, тому що стандарт НАТО з мовної підготовки вимагає від військового вміння розповідати про свою біографію, спілкуватися з колегами, брати участь у дискусіях, брифінгах, дебрифінгах, проходити інтерв'ю і описувати події минулого. По-друге, не секрет, що іноземні збройні сили дуже зацікавлені в тому, щоб дізнатися більше про досвід наших українських захисників. І вже стоять в черзі, щоб повчитися у вас. І вже дуже скоро ви зможете спілкуватися з ними англійською і розповідати про ваш військовий шлях, якщо будете уважно дивитися мої уроки і виконувати практичні завдання. Основа будь-якої історії, будь то біографія, дебрифінг або байка, яку ви розповідаєте побратимам, це дієслова, дії, опис саме того, що ви робили. У попередньому відео я розповідала вам про час past simple для опису фактів та подій, що завершилися в минулому. І якщо ви уважно його дивилися, то пам'ятаєте, що дієслова діляться на правильні та неправильні. І сьогодні ми зустрінемо і ті. А також ми зустрінемо уже знайоме вам із попередніх уроків дієслово to be – бути, але в минулому часі. In the past воно має дві форми – was та were. Був, була, було, були. Форма залежить від особи та від того, однина чи множина. В однині з I, he, she, it використовуємо was. З you в однині та в множині, we та they вживаємо were. Усі правила утворення стверджень, заперечень та питань з was, were такі ж самі, як і для to be в теперішньому часі. Якщо ви пропустили або підзабули відеоурок про дієслово to be і розповідь про себе в теперішньому часі, подивіться його. Окрім того, сьогодні ми зустрінемо речення в пасивному стані. Тобто, коли не ви активно щось робили, а з вами щось робили. Наприклад, народили, доправили, перевели, відзначили. І англійською ми будемо казати «я був народжений», «я був доправлений», «мене було переведено» і так далі. Тут нам потрібна вже третя форма дієслова. Починаємо розповідь про свій досвід із загальних фактів. I was born in. Я був народжений. Та після in ви ставите рік або місто. З роками використовуємо прийменник in. І щоб тут і далі правильно називати дати, зверніться до уроку про numbers, де я пояснюю, як це робити англійською. Щоб розповісти про свою освіту, можете сказати I graduated from і вказати навчальний заклад або університет. Я закінчив, випустився з. I joined the armed forces in. Я вступив до Збройних сил у такому-то році. Наприклад, I joined the armed forces as a military volunteer in 2014. I was mobilized in 2018. To enlist – це приходити на військову службу, вступати на військову службу, добровільно завербовуватися. Або набирати, вербувати, зараховувати на військову службу. To enroll – зараховувати на службу. Ви можете сказати I enlisted, I was enrolled або I was recruited. Мене було зараховано на військову службу. Не зайвим також буде слово conscription – військова служба по призову, призов громадян на військову службу або військова повинність. A conscript – це призовник. The oath of enlistment – це присяга, військова клятва. To take the oath of enlistment – це складати присягу. До речі, to take – це неправильне дієслово. Три форми – take, took, taken. Тож ви кажете I took the oath of enlistment a year ago. I served in. Я служив у такому-то місті, у такому-то підрозділі або у такому-то роді військ. My rank was. Моє звання було. I was promoted from to. Мене було підвищено по службі з і до такого-то звання. Також можете сказати I rose through the ranks або I progressed through the ranks. Я просувався у званнях до якогось конкретного рангу. Рости, підвищуватися to rise, rose, risen. Щоб докладніше розповісти про підрозділи, передивіться урок, присвячений цій темі. А щоб згадати звання, зверніться до уроку про military ranks, а також знайдіть українські відповідники вашого звання званням НАТО. To drill, to train, or to exercise in military operations – це відпрацьовувати, тренувати навички військових операцій. To enter training – починати військові навчання і вказуйте, які саме. Наприклад, I entered a marksmanship training – навчання зі стрільби. Або I entered an aerial reconnaissance training – навчання з аеророзвідки. To undertake pre-deployment training – пройти навчання перед розгортанням військ, перед доправленням на бойове завдання. Про навчання ви можете сформулювати речення такого типу. I undertook a training for anti-aircraft gunnery, where I was trained as an anti-aircraft gunner. Я пройшов навчання зенітної артилерії, де мене тренували як стрільця-зенітника. У розповіді про військову кар'єру важливе слово to deploy – розгортати, розгортатися, переміщуватися, розміщуватися. Воно часто вживається в пасивному стані. I was deployed to the east of Ukraine. Також необхідне слово deployment. My first deployment was to the Luhansk region. Our unit changed the area of deployment. A permanent duty station, PDS, постійне місце призначення. A temporary duty, TDY, тимчасове призначення. Наприклад, our PDS was in the north, but I spent 6 months on temporary duty in southern Ukraine. To assign – призначати. To assign a mission – призначати завдання. To assign to a post – призначити на пост. To be assigned – бути призначеним. An assignment – призначення, завдання, задача. Також у військовій сфері у значенні призначення, завдання, задача використовують слово mission. I was given an assignment. Мені призначили завдання. I was assigned a combat mission. I was assigned the post or the position of CVCO, Combat Vehicle Commander. Мене було призначено на посаду командира бойової машини. Posting – це переведення по службі. To be posted – бути призначеним на посаду або переведеним. I was posted to another garrison. Мене було переведено в інший гарнізон. I got a posting to another brigade. Я дістав переведення в іншу бригаду. Якщо вам треба розповісти, наприклад, на інтерв'ю або в приватній розмові, чим саме ви займались на службі, за мить я дам вам ще кілька корисних фраз. А просто зараз перевірте, чи ви вже підписані на канал Армійська англійська. Якщо ви додивились аж сюди, значить матеріал точно корисний. І якщо ви все ще не підписані, ви маєте натиснути кнопку підписки просто зараз. А ще напишіть ваш коментар, як просувається ваше оволодіння англійською з моїми уроками, бо кожен ваш коментар – це внесок у просування нашого проєкту і зворотній зв'язок для мене. А якщо ви бажаєте зробити більш вагомий внесок, ви можете стати нашим меценатом або одноразово підтримати наш проєкт фінансово. Ваша підтримка дає нам змогу робити більше уроків та матеріалів із військової англійської. Про військові нагороди або відзнаки можна розповісти в такий спосіб. I received awards, medals, commendations for something. Наприклад, for special assignments. Я дістав нагороди, медалі, похвали за виконання спеціальних завдань. I was honored with an order for courage. Мене було відзначено орденом за мужність. Якщо ви згадуєте про поранення, про це ви можете сказати, використовуючи, наприклад, такі фрази. I was injured. Мене було травмовано as a result of a mine explosion. Або I was wounded. Мене було поранено by bomb blast fragmentation. Rehabilitation treatment – це реабілітація. To be admitted for rehab treatment – бути прийнятим на реабілітаційне лікування. To retire – виходити на пенсію. Veterans and retirees – ветерани та військові пенсіонери. Також у Збройних силах багатьох країн є таке поняття, як transitioning to civilian life – перехід від військового життя до цивільного. А вже ж, коли ви розповідаєте про вашу військову кар'єру в Україні іноземцю, важливо враховувати багато чинників. Різницю між системами Збройних сил різних країн, різницю між порядком вступу на службу та військовою підготовкою в Україні та інших країнах Заходу, особливості вашої посади, спеціалізації і ваш унікальний військовий шлях. Тому сьогодні я дала вам загальний вокабуляр, а для більш детального опису ваших військових досягнень шукайте лексику, фрази, складайте вашу заготовку, щоб на зустрічі з закордонними колегами ви могли розповісти англійською про свій досвід. А щоб вам було легше скласти власну розповідь про своє минуле, послухаємо приклад розповіді про військову кар'єру.
My name is Tim. I was born in Livonia, Michigan, USA, and I graduated from Brighton High School in 1988. I enlisted in the US Army 1 year after high school. I joined the Army and took the oath of enlistment in June 1989. I did basic training and advanced individual training, AIT, at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Then, I was stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana. I served as a cavalry scout and specialized in reconnaissance. Every month we trained with weapons, land navigation, and first aid. For the last 7 months of my enlistment, I drove for the squadron's lieutenant colonel. In April 1991, my cavalry squadron deployed to California to train in the high desert. After that deployment, my division, 5th Infantry Division, was to deploy to Saudi Arabia for Operation Desert Storm, but the war finished so quickly, and so we did not deploy there. I served for 2 years. I started as a private, but when I finished my contract, I rose through the lower ranks to private first class. After my 2-year enlistment finished, I served in the reserves for 6 more years. Then, I fully transitioned to civilian life.
На цьому все. Якщо сьогоднішній урок був корисним для вас, залишайте ваші коментарі, підписуйтесь на Інстаграм та Телеграм армійської англійської. Допомагайте нам поширювати інформацію про наш освітній проєкт. Бо щоденно я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, та наша команда працюють над створенням відеоуроків з метою якомога швидше озброїти українське військо англійською мовою і якомога швидше перемогти клятого ворога.
He gave the world iPhones and iPads and gained a reputation as a bully along the way. She makes delicious macaroons and changes the lives of young people in the process.
It's really important to have people's voices heard, so even when they're challenging, and especially when they're challenging.
If you have a vision, we look at how you can manage your self-belief alongside the need to take people with you. Pioneer, innovator, genius. Words often used to describe Apple founder Steve Jobs. He brought an artist's eye to technology. What began as a business with his friend Steve Wozniak, operating from his parents' garage in the 1970s, became one of the world's biggest corporations. Along the way came the Macintosh computer, the iPad, and the iPhone. Jobs' product launches turned into headline-making events. His charisma and passion for his products were on full display.
For those of you that have never used it, iTunes is the best music jukebox in the world. And if you've lived in the US, it's been the best online music store in the world.
But there were also stories of his harsh and controlling behaviour at work. He would humiliate people in public, be offensive and rude, set near impossible tasks for his team. Some were able to stand up to him and gained his respect. But Apple lost many talented people because of his harsh leadership style. So did Apple's game-changing products have to come at the expense of so many hurt feelings?
There's one key practice which was problematic in Steve Jobs' leadership, and this is common to many, many charismatic and visionary leaders like Steve Jobs, and that is that he didn't listen. He had very strong views, he had very strong preferences, and it was very difficult to have a conversation with him even, never mind a debate, about whether his ideas were good ideas or not.
So Steve Jobs didn't always listen. He often wanted things to go his way. What did this mean for his staff?
In practice, working for the kind of visionary leader that Steve Jobs was often means doing exactly what you're told to do. It's not a collaborative process, and it's not a collective process. We have a single leader who has very strong and very clear ideas, and who wants you as an employee to put those ideas into practice. If there's a problem in putting those ideas into practice, it's your problem. It's not the problem of the leader or the idea or the vision.
Leaders like Steve Jobs can make it difficult to be collaborative or work together. So is it best to avoid leaders with a strong vision?
So this kind of leadership can be very inspiring, and it's very important to recognize that. Whenever we talk about charisma, we are talking about leaders that people want to follow, and we're talking about leaders who are successful in terms of creating organizations or successful corporations like Apple. It's a kind of organization, though, where you either fit or you don't. And so it's a black or white situation. I think it's very important to be clear with yourself if you are thinking about joining that kind of organization or following that kind of leader, that it might not work out and you may need to move on.
A leader with a clear vision can be inspiring, but it's important you believe in that vision too. So how could Steve Jobs have done things differently?
So with a charismatic or visionary leader, one of the key dangers is that it's very easy to get carried away, to lose yourself in the vision and to lose sight of the other people that you work with and the collaborators that you rely on to make your vision happen. So I think one of the key messages about visionary leadership is always to remember that any kind of product, any kind of success, putting a vision, making a vision become reality involves a whole group of people, and it's not just about the leader.
So visionary leaders should recognise the value of others. It's not just about them. Meet Rosie Guinday, the founder of Miss Macaroon, a company based in the British city of Birmingham and named after the delicious little biscuits they make. But it isn't only the macaroons that make this company special. Its chefs are some of Birmingham's most troubled young people. Rosie uses her baking business to help her community, and she gives her young staff the skills and confidence to make a mark in the world. So how important is vision to Rosie?
Vision is incredibly important. As a leader, it's so important for you to be able to set longer term vision, something that's bigger than small and medium term goals, but a real purpose for your business. So something that everybody within your organization, whatever level they work at, can get behind and understand whether their job contributes to that longer term vision.
Rosie Guinday's vision gives her business a purpose. So how has she gone about achieving her vision?
So to be able to achieve your vision, you need to have a clear direction of where you're going. You need to really understand your values, and you need to put a plan in place to be able to achieve that vision. You also need the flexibility and understanding that everything's not going to go to plan, and likelihood is it really won't go to plan. So you have to be able to adjust to whatever's going on around you.
Rosie has a clear plan about where she wants to take her business, but is flexible about how she gets there.
To achieve your vision, you need a really strong team of people around you. At Miss Macaroon, we have a fantastic board of non-executive directors that help me to set the strategy. We also have an amazing team of people that help us to build young people's skills and confidence and help them to get back into work. But everybody really understands what the vision is.
Rosie's clear vision has helped her build a strong team of people around her who share the same passion as her.
Even though everybody is super committed to that vision, it's really important that people come from different backgrounds, whether that's different industries, different ages, genders, sexualities, religious backgrounds or ethnic backgrounds, or even kind of the commitment level to our social impact. We need different voices and thought processes around the table.
Rosie actively seeks out a diverse range of people for her team. But doesn't that sometimes cause challenges?
It's really important to have people's voices heard. So even when they're challenging, and especially when they're challenging, listening to what they're saying, because you can learn something from every conversation. So being open to that challenge, asking for help is really important when you need it, and just making sure that that diversity of thought helps you to grow your business and achieve your vision.
Rosie understands listening to what people have to say is important, especially if it is not always what she wants to hear. So visionaries can inspire others and make powerful leaders, but they need to remember to listen. And diversity is useful. There may be others who can help make their vision even better.
Чим військове розмінування відрізняється від гуманітарного? Чим mine clearance відрізняється від mine disposal? Що таке EOD та IEDD? Як сказати in English розмінувальник, група саперів, мінно-пошуковий собака, мінний трал та який засіб для розмінування позначається акронімом MICLIC? Що таке mine sweeper, mine clearing roller, mine plow та mine flail? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Перший в Україні канал, присвячений мовній підготовці українських військовослужбовців. І сьогодні я буду вчити вас говорити про demining – розмінування. Друзі, в попередньому уроці ми з вами проходили тему міни – Types of landmines. А в цьому уроці будемо вивчати лексику, пов'язану з темою розмінування – demining or mine clearance. Я заготувала для вас багато корисних термінів. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до навчання, закликаю вас підписатися на цей канал, а також поділитися цим матеріалом у соцмережах та чатах. Нехай більше українських військових вивчають англійську і наближаються до мовних стандартів НАТО. There are two types of demining або mine clearance – military and humanitarian – військове та гуманітарне розмінування. The goal – ціль in military demining is to clear a safe path or a route – розчистити безпечний шлях for the troops and equipment. The goal in humanitarian demining is To make areas of operation safe to inhabit again. Зробити райони операцій знову безпечними для проживання. Оскільки цілі військового та гуманітарного розмінування різні, different, the equipment, techniques та vehicles, які використовуються, також будуть different. Гуманітарне розмінування ми не будемо детально розглядати зараз. Натомість я дам вам основні терміни та лексику, що стосуються військового розмінування. Bomb disposal – знешкодження бомб, знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. Це широкий термін, що охоплює Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD, ця абревіатура буде нам ще траплятися сьогодні, знешкодження вибухонебезпечних предметів, знешкодження боєприпасів, що не розірвалися. And Improvised Explosive Device Disposal, IEDD – знешкодження саморобних вибухових пристроїв. Minefield – мінне вибухове загородження, мінне поле. Mined Area – замінована ділянка, замінований район, замінована акваторія. Minefield Breaching – подолання мінного поля, пророблення проходів у мінному полі. Від дієслова to breach – прориватися, проробляти проходи в інженерних загородженнях. Minefield Marking Equipment – обладнання для позначення мінних полів. Mine Clearance – розмінування. Mine Disposal – знешкодження, утилізація мін. Це процес нейтралізації, neutralizing, приведення у безпечний стан, rendering safe, зняття, recovering, переміщення, removing або destroying mines, знищення мін. Я зібрала для вас низку дієслів на тему розмінування, які узгоджуються зі словом mine. Запам'ятайте їх. To detect a mine – виявляти міну. To locate a mine or a minefield – визначити місце розташування міни або мінного поля. To defuse або to neutralize a mine – знешкодити міну. To destroy a mine – знищити міну. To detonate a mine – підірвати міну. Також у цьому значенні можна почути фразове дієслово to blow up. To blow up a mine. Сапери – солдати, які займаються розмінуванням, називаються англійською combat engineers, sappers або pioneers. EOD personnel – це особовий склад, що здійснює розмінування та знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. EOD technician або specialist – це сапер, вибухотехнік, а EOD pioneer – це сапер-розвідник. Bomb Squad – команда саперів, група з виявлення і знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. Абревіатурою MDD позначається Mine Detection Dog – мінно-пошуковий собака, собака мінно-пошукової служби. PPE – це Personal Protective Equipment – індивідуальне захисне спорядження. Зокрема, Advanced Bomb Suit – ABS – захисний костюм, який захищає EOD Soldiers from threats. Дуже детально про те, як говорити про PPE англійською, я розповідала в окремому відеоуроці. Посилання буде в описі до цього відео. Military demining operations потребують require speed under combat conditions – швидкості в бойових умовах. На мінному полі важливо визначити density – рівень концентрації та pattern of dispersion – принцип та площу розсіювання мін. Для mechanical demining можуть використовуватися різні vehicles and devices. Зазвичай вони є mounted – встановленими to a tank or armored military engineering vehicle. Бувають і remote control devices and vehicles – засоби з дистанційним керуванням, such as advanced remotely operated vehicles – транспортні засоби з дистанційним керуванням. A mine plow або a mine sweeper – мінний трал. Його функція – to clear a lane or a route through a minefield – розчищати смугу на мінному полі. В результаті його роботи the mines are moved but not deactivated. Mine clearing roller або a mine trawl – танковий котковий мінний трал. Він має higher ground pressure, ніж the tank's tracks, та його задача to detonate anti-tank mines. A mine flail – це a vehicle-mounted device, який складається consists of heavy chains та flails – важких ланцюгів та металевих куль, що висять на цих ланцюгах. Також часто використовується загальний термін a mine disposal vehicle – машина для знешкодження вибухонебезпечних предметів. Подовжений заряд розмінування mine clearing line charge. Назва скорочується до акроніма MICLIC. Це Many Explosive Charges – багато вибухових снарядів connected on a line, які скидаються onto the minefield та підриваються detonating any buried mines, clearing a path for troops to cross. Отже, друзі, сьогодні ми з вами розглянули основні поняття, терміни та лексику, пов'язану з темою військове розмінування. Якщо вам є що додати, напишіть про це в коментарях. А я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька на каналі Армійська англійська, прокладаю для вас шлях до кращого знання спеціалізованої військової англійської. І якщо ви додивились це відео до кінця, якщо воно було корисне для вас, залиште ваш коментар. Я читаю всі коментарі, а на деякі навіть відповідаю. Також ця проста дія допомагає просувати наш канал і популяризувати військову англійську в Україні, сприяти мовній підготовці, щоб наші сили оборони відповідали всім міжнародним стандартам.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken calls on Israel to do more to protect civilians in Gaza, saying there is a gap between Israel's stated goals and actual results on the ground. In Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he will seek another 6-year term. China cuts visitor visa costs by 25% for travelers from several countries, including Thailand, Japan, Mexico, and Vietnam. And the U.S. Justice Department brings 9 new charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. He is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in taxes.
Have you ever quit your job because of a bad boss? New research says you're not alone. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Bad bosses make people quit. Almost a third of British workers in a recent study say that they've left a job because of their manager. Nearly a fifth of people say that their managers were ineffective. Unhappiness with management means workers are less likely to be motivated and less likely to stay. The survey also shows that most bosses are accidental managers, having never been taught how to run a team.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary?
We have prompted, formal, and attrition.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
Yes, this is from The Guardian. Bad management has prompted 1 in 3 UK workers to quit, survey finds.
As this headline says, a third of British workers have quit because of bad management. We're going to learn about the word prompt. Phil, what's the connection between bad managers and people leaving their jobs?
Well, it's quite simple. One thing causes something else to happen. It prompts it to happen. So having a manager who's not very good might prompt you to leave your job. If you see another job advertised with a really high salary, that might prompt you to apply for that job.
Yeah, that's one meaning. And I remember when I was studying for exams, I used prompt cards. I would write information on them to try and help me remember.
Yes, we call them prompt cards because they prompt you to do something. They prompt you to remember. In fact, you could say they prompt your memory. And actually, Beth, what's that you've got in your hand?
It's my script. You have one too. And if I forget what I'm going to say, I can look down and it prompts me. Okay, let's look at that again. And remember to make some notes to prompt your memory in the future. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Fortune. Nearly all bosses are accidental with no formal training, and research shows it's leading 1 in 3 workers to quit.
This headline is about accidental managers and how they can lead people to leave their jobs. We're going to learn about the word formal. Now, Phil, I know formal language, like putting yours sincerely at the end of a letter. Formal dress might be a suit or something like that, but what do we mean here?
Well, we're talking about formal training, but it's related to all those examples you've just given. If you're using formal language, there are rules and you have to follow them. If you want to dress formally, then you need to follow the rules. And formal training is officially organised, so there are rules to follow, and there's probably an exam at the end of it as well.
Okay, so my university degree and my teaching qualifications were formal training. I had to follow the rules, do exams and assignments. But can we have informal training like we have informal language and informal dress?
Yeah, of course. Think about all the things that you've learnt without having to do a course. Maybe you taught yourself, or maybe you asked someone to help you. Beth, is there anything that you've learnt to do informally?
I suppose I learnt to sing, I learnt to cook. That's all informal training. I suppose you could say that learning English on our website is informal training. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Personnel Today. Accidental managers are driving attrition.
Now we're going to learn the word attrition. To me, Phil, this sounds like something quite bad or negative. And here we're talking about managers. So does it have a business meaning?
Well, there are a few meanings. None of them are good, and there is a business meaning. Beth, what would happen to a company if lots of people left and they didn't get replaced?
It'll get smaller. I suppose that means the company can't do as much.
And that's the meaning that we're using in this headline. The business meaning of attrition is that companies get smaller as people leave and they're not replaced.
Okay, so can we use attrition outside of a business context?
Yeah, there is a more general meaning, and it means to make something gradually weaker by continually attacking it or causing it problems. And in fact, we have this phrase, a war of attrition, which is a long disagreement or conflict where each side is always making the other side more angry.
That sounds like my neighbours. They are always arguing about one thing or another. It's become a real war of attrition. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had prompted, made something happen.
Formal, according to the rules.
And attrition, gradually getting weaker.
Now, if you're interested in problems at work, check out this episode of 6 Minute English all about being unhappy at work. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel by clicking here so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Pete, hi. Hi, we're here.
Hi, Anna. Hi, Marcia.
Hi.
How are you two?
I am great. You know, Pete, I am new to DC. The city is big.
Yeah, but you learn a little more every day. How's the new apartment?
The new apartment is great. Let's get coffee.
Anna, do you have a pen?
Yes, I have a pen in my bag. I have a...
It is not a pen. It is a book. It is a big book.
Yes, it is, Pete. I know I have a pen, though. I have a...
It is not a pen, Anna. A toy?
I have a...
And it is a pillow.
Do you have a pen?
Yes, I have a pen.
Now you try it.
Pete, Marcia, I know I have a pen.
Anna, it is a map.
Why do you have a map of the world?
Pete, Marcia, now I know I have a pen.
And now you have a lamp.
It is not a pen.
It is a map.
Now you try it.
Anna.
I have a pen. Let's get coffee. Pete, hi. Hi, we're here.
Hi, Anna. Hi, Marcia.
Hi.
How are you two?
I am great.
You know, Pete, I am new to DC. The city is big.
Yeah, but you learn a little more every day. How's the new apartment?
The new apartment is great. Let's get coffee.
Anna, do you have a pen?
Yes, I have a pen in my bag. I have a...
It is not a pen. It is a book. It is a big book.
Yes, it is, Pete. I know I have a pen, though. I have a...
It is not a pen, Anna. A toy?
I have a...
And it is a pillow.
Pete, Marcia, I know I have a pen.
Anna, it is a map.
Why do you have a map of the world?
Pete, Marcia, now I know I have a pen.
And now you have a lamp.
Anna.
I have a pen. Let's get coffee.
Fake news.
Hi, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
And this is Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In the programme today, we'll look at the topic of critical thinking with the special guest, Dr. Steven Novella.
Being able to evaluate the information that we have access to critically is now probably the most important skill any individual can have.
We'll hear more from Dr. Novella later. First, Sam, do you have some vocabulary for us?
Yes, I do. So today I'm going to be talking about spin, cherry picking, bias, and the phrase critical thinking itself. Let's have a look. See that? It's a ball. To turn it quickly is to spin it. Now, if we put the truth on this ball, then spin it, can you still see the truth? It's still there somewhere, but difficult to see clearly. Spin makes the truth difficult to see. And this is a bit like political spin, a term first used in the 1970s to talk about the way politicians and their spokespeople present information. They will present information in a way that makes things seem as positive as possible without always telling you the whole truth or the whole context. They might highlight the most positive details, but ignore the other details that don't make them look quite as good. Selecting which facts are chosen to publicize is known as cherry picking, and it often doesn't give a full or accurate